at the size of that bass.
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
And there he is, your leader from Pickwick Lake, day number 1. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, and it's Matt Robertson of Kentucky.
Day 1, Matt Robertson taking the official lead, 22+ pounds at Pickwick Lake for the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite.
Here we go. We're going to take you down to our playing field. Going to get things started here. Sooner or later, Counts, Tennessee is our fantastic host city. The other end, the lower end of Pickwick Lake, and Mark Zona, our top 6 scored 20 pounds or more. How precarious are those positions this time around? To repeat again for day number 2.
It was a very, very interesting day 1. Taking a look at Pickwick Landing State Park right there. Our takeoff, like you said, the different side of Pickwick that we've been on, and there was a lot of strategy on day number 1, Tommy Sanders. The interesting thing is we're going to be with all the leaders that did their damage, and a lot of those leaders really quit early on day number 1. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how they manage their areas, and we'll kind of dive into some of those strategies that went down. But for the most part, it was a ledge fishing beatdown for your top 20 that you'll see today on Bassmaster Live.
Of course, we're taking a look at the takeoff, which is starting right now. As a matter of fact, our takeoff and our Bassmaster Live broadcast starting at the same time. So we're going to give our guys a chance to get out, get set up. Hopefully they can find the places, locate the fish early. That seemed to work, as you mentioned, Mark Zona. Very good for a couple of anglers out there. But boy, it is going to be a strategy, a chess game out there today. And if you're left alone, you're one of the minority people.
Yeah, one of the things, and a lot of our viewers on Bassmaster Live, if you fish on Pickwick or any lake on the Tennessee River, there's really 2 different faces. Whoa, look at that face right there. Wow. I mean, stone cold Brandon Lester. There's really 2 faces that you, Tommy, every single ledge fishing tournament, and back in the day, we used to host a bunch of these. There's the face of the weekday Tennessee River lakes like Pickwick, and then when you get into the weekend, look, man, people work all week long to get out and fish. It's going to be a lot more crowded on Saturday and Sunday. Guys will be able to at least move around a little bit more today. And a lot of your leaders that caught them yesterday, here's what the real strategy was. After they caught them, some of them just sat on their areas and protected them. Some of them, if there was no other anglers around, caught them and just left. So be interesting to see what strategy guys like Jason Christie, he was a little wound up yesterday, to say the least. Brandon Lester did a lot of his damage the first hour of competition and bailed. Kind of going to be a fun morning to watch with a lot of the anglers on camera.
Absolutely. We're going to be with those top 6 all day long here on our 7 hours of coverage on Bassmaster Live. Of course, as we say, our top 7 caught 20 pounds. But average weights, guys, Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukan, were a little lower this time around, actually, than they were in a tough year last year.
Yeah, I kind of expect, obviously a different time of the year. The April event last year, flooded conditions, the practice did not matter, but the fish were at a different stage in their life. They're a lot healthier, more pre-spawn, more fatter, but still we had a decent average size fish.
Just under 3 pound average fish. I mean, last year we had guys would catch a couple 6 pounders. I mean, Kobe Krieger had a 25 pound bag. He had like 2 6 pounders and 2 5 pounders. And so we didn't see that yesterday on day 1, though we did have 6 20 pound bags.
We did see a little bit of all species. We saw Clifford Perch had a mixed species bag, all 3 of them, and some guys had smallmouth and largemouth occupying their limits.
All right. Well, our leader is certainly the big story of the day. He's been waiting for this opportunity, a Kentucky Lake ledge fishing specialist, Matt Robertson. Can't wait to get at him today.
Yeah, second day of the Bassmaster Elite Series here on Pickwick, and yeah, man, had a good day yesterday, 22.6, and yeah, man, fishing offshore, ledge fishing, typical Tennessee River summertime, and we're going to go do it again today, and, you know, hopefully bang on them again, and it should be a pretty fun day.
So,
22 pounds and 6 ounces for Matt Robertson gives him a 4-ounce lead over Jason Christie, always a name that gets the attention of every single angler in this 91 angler field. 91 fishing today as well to make it to the 47 who will fish on the weekend. Of course, we got Taku Ito, Brandon Pollinick, Brandon Lester. You mentioned guys who caught him really early and sort of cut out, sort of went and hid. Mark Zona and Brandon Lester fits that description.
Yeah, exactly. Brandon Lester fishing a lot shallower than a lot of the other anglers. We'll kind of dive into his shallow to mid-depth range that he's been looking at least he was looking at for about an hour yesterday. But really all eyes are going to be on the top of the leaderboard, Matt Robertson, who said he had to learn the size of the fish throughout day one of this tournament because he probably didn't make 30 casts in practice. He had to learn what schools had the quality that he needed yesterday. And he said, oh, I know which ones have the right ones now, and fishing a lot deeper than a lot of your other leaders, 20 to 30 feet of water. And it was interesting, Tommy. Matt Robertson made the comment. He said, oh, you can tell Mike McInnes I'm on him, and I'll bring it all on day number 2.
Oh, boy. That sounds good.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it does.
Brandon Pollinick is as our progressive angler of the year. Points leader right there. A great day for Brandon Pollinick as well. Went through a fury of fish catching on a couple of different little day parts yesterday. It was fun to watch him in action. And, of course, there's a backstory there, too. We'll get Such to fill us in on that. But, boy, we'll have our eyes on Brandon Pollinick today because he makes it happen fast.
Exactly. Yesterday, he was sharing an area with several other anglers. I guess we got to see Chad Pipkins, Drew Benton, a couple other anglers within a couple hundred yards of that area. At one time, there was, I think, 7 boats, but it was late in the day. It was a late day flurry, really, from about 1 p.m. to 2:30. Brandon Pollinick going on a big, big run. A little spot he had all to himself, and got to talk about it. Brandon Pollinick catching a late day big one, putting him over that 20-pound mark. And I think Brandon Pollinick was even surprised at what he caught yesterday. He was kind of worried well, he's worried for many reasons. We'll get into that in a second, but a very solid day, mixing up between a finesse presentation early when the water wasn't moving, kind of switching over to a big plug, a big spoon, a swim bait on a Tokyo rig. Great day one for Brandon Pollinick.
Let's take a look at those progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points right there. And coming into this event, it was Brandon Pollinick on top, and he's extended that lead, as a matter of fact, over John Cox, who held down that spot for the first half of the season fairly regularly. Brandon Lester having a great season as well. He's been his 9th season as a Bassmaster Elite Series angler. Drew Benton and David Mullins, also of Tennessee. Mullins also one of the favorites coming into this one right here. We expect some more shifting. And when we talk about Brandon Pollinick, Mike Sukon, there is a story playing in the background, a little bit of noise in the background.
His
Very
wife
important.
was due with their first child, and he's going to go back home and be there for that, no matter when.
You can't miss that.
If he gets the call right now, he's putting a boat on the trailer and getting on a plane and flying back to Idaho.
I just wonder how many planes and what airports have direct flights to Coeur d'Alene.
He's
That's what I just want to
right.
know.
There was an article that said he had options. There's Memphis and Knoxville and
put a little timing into it. Tiffany was due on Monday, last Monday, beginning of this week. So it's time,
Any second.
Obviously, if Pollinick can get through today, he will gain a lot of valuable points if he needs to leave by tomorrow.
Right ahead of Brandon Pollinick on the leaderboard is Taku Ito, probably coming into form because it is that time of year. Notched his first win last year on the St. Lawrence River, and he has a definite plan to make things happen again on day number 2.
Today was, I think, current as a maybe no current morning, so morning is maybe slow, and maybe 10 a.m. generated, so maybe current strong. So I think 10 a.m. is a very, very important. 10 a.m. and 3:30 fishing. So I fish in a 30 minutes drive upriver. So jerkbait, big bait, and finesse. Hopefully good day. So no wind, it's good for me. So yeah, it's good. Hopefully good day.
Taku Ito talking about no wind, the ability to hold his boat in position. He's an adapter. This guy can pick up the techniques, and he has obviously fallen into the ledge fishing in a big way.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the interesting things about Taku is he's catching some big ones shallower in 4 to 7 feet of water earlier in the day. When the current picks up a little bit, you'll see him offshore in one general region of the lake. And I said, Taku, how long did you practice for this tournament? And he practiced it for almost a month. And he said yesterday he used 10 areas, but he has, now get ready for this, Tommy, 91 areas left out on the ledges here on Pickwick.
Boy, there's
91. That was not 19.
91 areas left. Well, we're going to spend all day covering Taku Ito as he moves from area to area. Again, if you're just picking up with us here, the launch is still going on now. We just started at 7 o'clock a.m. from Counce, Tennessee, and the Dam State Park here. Beautiful facility. And all of our anglers getting out there and getting set up. Eventually, they'll populate the full length if it happens like it did yesterday. More or less the full length of Lake Pickwick. But this end of the lake played huge, Ronnie, yesterday.
Yeah, we saw anglers spread from here, and we saw Kobe Krieger even make a run all the way back towards the tail races where he had success last year. But most of the anglers stop around that tip of that 7 Mile Island, maybe even Coffee Slough is as far as they go. But that's just a handful. I would say 80% of our field is from the Natchez Trace Bridge to here. And so like you were saying, the Counce, Tennessee area, all the way to Waterloo, this region is the ledge capital of Pickwick, and that's where we saw a lot of people occupy their time.
We'll find an angler getting set up very soon. We had a Brock Mosley set up about 100 yards from the launch yesterday, so we had some early fishing for you, but we're just going to bide our time and wait till we get one of our anglers fishing on this morning again. We have 91 anglers, 47 spots to go on Saturday to start the weekend. So moving day, you have got to land in that top 47 if you want to fish on, and everybody wants to fish on. The weigh-in yesterday, much anticipated. Let's take a look at some of the footage from there. Brian Schmidt from Maryland, 20 pounds and 5 ounces.
Brian Schmidt with a big day. Brandon Lester, like we said, all of his damage in the first hour. Very, very solid first hour, sitting with 21 pounds and 6 ounces.
Exciting active day for Brandon Pollinick, 21 pounds and 13 ounces, just under 22 for our leader, Progressive Angler of the Year points. And there's Taku Ito.
There he is. Big day for Taku, catching him shallow, catching him deep. Talked about that in the pregame show a little bit with Ronnie and the Suits. Taku sitting with 21 pounds. We're going to keep our eye on this guy. We're going to keep our eye on his Bass Track numbers because they're starting to not be legit. Jason Christie with 22 pounds and 2 ounces.
And Matt Robertson, definitely one of the most entertaining characters out there. Understands show business and understands fishing. That's a great combination.
No doubt about it, Tommy. Looking at our takeoff right there, Pickwick Lake, Tennessee, Pickwick Lake Landing State Park. Beautiful area right there. Looking at about 50 miles of playing field. And Ronnie, you nailed it at the screen of knowledge. When you look at where our takeoff is at the dam as you go on our Hummingbird unlock the lake towards the Trace Bridge and Coger's Island and in Bear Creek right there. Really, here's the entire story in this tournament. The field is condensed. Exactly what Ronnie said. The best ledges on this lake are from Coger's down to the dam. So about 90% of your playing field is in a very condensed 25-mile stretch to really from, call it 7 Mile Island up towards Florence and the Wilson Dam. There was only about 2 or 3 anglers all day. So your entire field in this Hummingbird Unlock the Lake is in a 25-mile stretch, pretty much all on top of each other. Hummingbird Unlock the Lake, Tommy Sanders.
Absolutely.
You may have stretches of good ledges, but those fish are going to pile up on a certain shell part where the current hits. But with no current yesterday morning, we saw them spread out in some places, and so now we're seeing them a little condensed this morning.
Now we're seeing. Here we go.
A little aggressive trolling motor move there.
Mike Iaconelli, who was 82nd with 3 fish for 8 pounds yesterday, has 3 fish this morning already.
Wow. Well, you can see how it's working right now. Taku Ito still just taking off, hasn't passed the stand yet. Brandon Pollinick set up and ready to fish, and that first shot of him gave us an idea of what we saw a lot of yesterday.
He said,
People
I'm
with
willing
company.
to, I'm willing to work with you guys. Now, I didn't hear
You
them
can have
say
that school. We'll go to this school. Yeah, we changed things up, and we're starting close. There's been a couple good groups of fish right in here. The first group I wanted to start on has got a couple guys on it, so we're gonna slide up just up here where we're kind of out of the way and see if I can't get this other group going. They're kind of spread out here across this flat the other day in practice, and I didn't feel like playing bumper boats. Like, 2 guys is pretty easy to work with. When you start getting 3 guys on a spot, it just starts to become too much. And those guys both obviously fished it yesterday. I didn't know that, but see if we can get a few bonus fish here. Get our boat positioning right here. Oh yeah, they're there. They are freaking loaded. Oh my gosh. They are loaded out there. I mean, they are stacked up like cordwood on the 360. If we could just get one to fire and buy it, like, not run them over. I mean, there's so many out there now. I bet it's hard to tell, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were 30 or more. Come on. Just bite it. Gosh, I don't know if those guys knew about this group, but they're stacked up. Oh, get it. Oh, you dirty, rotten dog. Dirty, rotten, no good for nothing, swim bait eating. Come on, girls. Come on. Gosh, that school got bigger from practice. Like doubled. Now if we could just get them to fire.
get a good look from all those boat wakes, how close Pollinick is from our takeoff.
How
and
are
really
they
started
not
on a different
biting at every
school.
cast? Does not make sense. Me and Corey both just got bit at the same time. Maybe give us a little start on the old mega swimmer. Hey. That's a bite.
Got to be 16 inches or long in order to be legal. That one is. He's going to 15 for all species. Not bad. Brandon Pollinick on the board there. Got very excited when he saw that school yesterday. Seemed to be even more excited today. So we may be in for a lot of action coming up early here. That would be a big bonus for all of us. We'll be right back.
Yes, it would.
Day number.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Day 2 at Pickwick Lake, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. Last year's tournament, a deluge between the end of practice and the finally, when the tournament started, absolutely changed this place, made it very, very difficult and a different set of problems to solve. That's not the case this time around. The weather's been generally pretty favorable, pretty darn hot leading up to this, and water temperatures such that the big bass of this part of the Tennessee River moving out to their summertime haunts. There's your TH Marine Weather Watch for today. A high of 84 degrees. Low tonight, fairly cool for June. 59 degrees, mostly sunny.
Woo.
Very comfortable stuff to fish in on the way.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Taking a look at that TH Marine weather, mostly sunny, and you really could not ask for a better ledge fishing condition. We see today we're actually going to get back to Brandon Pollinick. One fish in his live well said he was on a mega school before our commercial break, very close to Corey Johnston. Not the exact spot that we saw Pollinick start yesterday morning.
Wow, we've got a group of fish here. But man, they're just not being very aggressive. There's a big group of them. Might have got too close to them. It's weird, they were sitting out there and then it's like they slid toward the boat. If we can get them to react.
Pollinick is on the board. This was moments ago.
You heard Pollinick make the comment. This is for a lot of our beginning anglers that may have not have fished the Tennessee River, a lake like Pickwick. Said, I need to get one to bite to get that school started. You'll hear that a lot throughout the day.
Man, gonna have to drop shot them till we get some current. They're just not aggressive enough. I mean, look at that.
Well, he's the runner-up last time at Lake Fork and has another top 5 in his resume this year. 3rd place at Santee Cooper, where he had won the year before.
Come on, stay on there. Get out there.
Tommy, he narrowly missed out on his 100-pound Century Club.
Come there. In the mouth.
Never done it before. Almost had it there just short. Got to right that runner later at Lake Fork last week.
Got to hear Davey Hite talk about it yesterday, about Brandon Pollinick. He has become very efficient pretty much at fishing any way, shape, or form, whether it's sight fishing him, fishing in an inch of water, but really watching and listening to him with his electronics, whether it's been victories on Champlain, listening to him here. Probably one of the best with his electronics on the Bassmaster Elite Series right now.
Hard to believe Brandon Pollinick now in his 11th season as a Bassmaster Elite Series man, but boy, he has certainly progressed and done a lot in those 11 years, and there's those electronics right there.
Well, you can see if you look to the left of his Mega 360, all those white specks, every single one of those white specks is a fish. Cameraman Brian Evie gets a great shot. And that's one of the things, it's not, you know, a lot of these schools that we got to see yesterday were not crazy deep. I think we're going to see a little bit more of that today.
Starts running. Thought someone was gonna bite it there. Yeah, they pushed back out a little bit now. They just swim back and forth. There's a few pretty close.
Pollinick still getting them dialed in there at this spot. Certainly has a lot on his screen to look at for sure. That was a treat to watch that. Let's go down to our tournament leader to start the day. Matt Robertson, Kentucky Lake guy. Someone you would expect with experience in this kind of fishing, and he has it.
Oh, yeah.
We ran up above the Natchez Trace Bridge here on a little deep spot. They're not really pulling any water at all. Like up here where the river's narrower, we should be seeing the current flow. And I knew they wasn't gonna be pulling much this morning, but that's kind of why I was a little hesitant to come all the way up here. I may be the only guy in the field today that's got to get gas, but because we may run this whole lake twice, because I have trouble sitting somewhere for very long without getting bit. But yeah, let's see what shakes out here. Come on, baby.
It'll be fun to watch Matt Robertson today, one of the best ledge fishermen on Kentucky Lake. And we talked about it, Tommy. He is a nutbag, but he is extremely
fun, and that's why we love him.
Extremely good at this fishing.
Yep. Only his second year as an elite, but 3 classics he's qualified for and fished in. And acquitted himself
that
well.
tells you something.
Yeah.
From
That
every
tells
level
you something.
too. From the team championship,
Yes.
from the opens, and from the elite series.
That's impressive.
That's amazing. I got to be in the boat for a while with Matt Robertson, and you get past about 10 feet of water, he is highly dialed in. Asked him about the differences between Kentucky Lake and Pickwick, and he said, basically, number one is size. He said, you know, Pickwick's about quarter the size of, got to talk about all the ledges on Kentucky Lake compared to here, and he said much, much more confined, condensed current on Pickwick than you see on Kentucky Lake.
Up to Brandon Lester, Tennessee angler. Sat atop that leaderboard after the first hour of fishing yesterday for a long time. Caught his 20 pounds plus in the first hour.
That one got it. Big one too. Quit jumping, big sucker. Gosh, he's got it swallowed. Mighty. That is so awesome. Come here, girl. Oh my gosh, yes. Yes. I gotta show y'all this. Look at that. First bite of the morning, 5-pounder.
Taking a look at that fish right there, Tommy, and here's the entry. That plug that he's throwing, that's a Strike King 4.0. That's a piece of plastic. That's a big bait for that fish to get that whole thing. A lot of his damage was on that bait yesterday morning. Fishing a lot shallower early in the morning than a lot of our other anglers. Caught one big one on a football jig. And he said he would know in the first, pretty much the first 15 minutes if they've reloaded. That's a good sign for Brandon Lester.
Daryl Gleason has taken over the lead, a 5-pounder, along with 2 other fish. Got him over 10.5 pounds. He's got a 1-pound lead over Pollinick.
Coming from 40th after day 1.
That's the way to start the day right there.
Way to go.
Thank you.
Had the Phoenix Boats Big Bass yesterday. I would imagine that one is in contention, at least early on today.
Thank you, sir.
Wasn't too far off yesterday on his bass track, about 2 pounds off. But he did have a
Which is good.
6'9". Yeah, that's a great one. But he had a 6'9", you know, on that he weighed in. That was, I think, put in there at 6. So there's half a pound just from his big one.
Starting the day with a 5-pounder.
Like Brandon Pollinick, one of the true grizzled veterans of the Bassmaster Elite Series now in his 9th year and having a great season.
And we talk about it all the time with Brock Mosley. Lester's got the Bassmaster victory off his back by winning an Open earlier this year, but definitely on the short list of Elite Series guys to win an Elite event. He needs to get one to really cement his reputation.
That's 2 5-pounders.
Slacking it. I thought I missed him.
5-pounders.
I had him. He was just running up there.
Big fish alert there. For Daryl Gleason, 5 pounds and taking over the lead momentarily.
And really look at what he's doing, Brandon Lester. We talked about this yesterday early in the broadcast, talking to a lot of the guides on this lake. Talked about Cameron Gottney, who's out here every day. Said if somebody could get on a little spot, you know, one of these little...
Pound 3/4.
shallow offshore bars and has it to themselves, they could do a lot of damage. And Brandon Lester doing exactly that. Like we said, a very shallow area compared to what we got to see yesterday.
Brandon Lester's back on the lead with that fish.
Are you kidding me?
No, what?
Give
So
me a
early.
break.
So early.
Yeah, what a joke. Powerful replay of the day. Listen, it's a lot different morning. You can feel it. Current was slow yesterday. Run-on sentences. More of that to come. I promise that. Seems like the current's still a little bit slow this morning, but to start the day, Straight King 4.0 crankbait. Powerful replay of the day. Brandon Lester said, I've got one spot, and if I really can have it to myself, I think I can do some damage. Big one to start the day for Brandon Lester. Such, go ahead. I need you.
I'm not going to say
bud.
where it is, Z, but this is a spot that played heavily last year's tournament. But that Brandon Lester, big 5-pounder early, shot across the bow in the lead. You are the replay of the day.
What replay?
The powerful replay of the day.
There we go.
Got it. I mean, got to get the name in there.
All disjointed, but nailed it at the end. Brandon Lester, powerful replay of the day.
Tag teaming it. Good job.
Thanks.
Nice pass.
Thank you.
Brandon Lester back on top. Spent a lot of time there yesterday. Got a good, fast start to our day today. That is a terrific sign. Could be great all day long. Special week here on the Tennessee River, ledge fishing and more on Pickwick Lake. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Bassmaster Live on what so far has been a very fun morning here. Day number 2 of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. Tennessee's Brandon Lester, the man on top. Daryl Gleason, Toledo Bend guy, coming up in second place, moving big time. Early on day number 2, our leader, Matt Robertson. We saw him put himself on the board. Ditto for Brandon Pollinick. Shane LeHue had a great tournament last time. A couple of weeks ago at Lake Fork, got himself a century belt. Has moved up into the 5th spot right there. So things are swapping around. They'll be moving all day long. Let's check out with the man who started the day in 6th place from Deal, Maryland. Got himself a win last year on Lake Champlain, Brian Schmidt.
Gleason's back in the lead with a 3.8. That's his limit fish. 15-12 on the day.
Wow.
Talked about the 2 strategies yesterday, taking a look at Brian Schmidt. He caught the majority of his weight in this general area and basically went on spot lock and did not move, kind of just protected the spot to where a lot of other anglers would catch them if there was no other anglers around and just leave. Brian Schmidt stopped fishing yesterday, Tommy, at about noon.
Wow. That's a big fish.
Kept watching him on the map, and he stayed about in the same area. Guy would come maybe, a couple hundred yards down from him or up from him, and that's about it, the company he had.
4 on a drop shot, 1 on a Magnum spoon for Schmidt on day 1.
Good God Almighty. I mean, he's giant, dude. Please, let me get you. Woo! Dude, they all look like that. Mm.
It's a boat-to-boat shot right there. I believe we're in Taku Ito's boat.
Buddy, they are there. They all look like that.
And Tommy, even though they're close,
Like I'm sitting right on them now.
They are doing something totally different. Schmidt's in a way deeper depth
Taku's
range
got one
than
too.
Takumi.
Which is peculiar. You'd kind of
The
assume
boat's
different.
right on the fish.
Flip-flop the two?
Yeah.
Every time we're together, you catch big ones.
Dude.
How many you do that fish was?
5.
5 pounder puts him in third place.
Great start for Schmidt. Let's get back to another guy who had a fantastic start with the, what was it at that time, the Phoenix Boat's big bass of the day? It's not anymore. Brandon Lester.
And Tommy, a pretty common theme you're seeing this morning. A lot of your leaders from yesterday and today are left alone. For the most part, when I say left alone, a boat might be 100 yards away. Oh boy.
That wasn't coming off. He's skinny, still a 3-pounder.
Now that's the exact 1-2 punch that we saw yesterday with Brandon Lester, striking 4.0 and then transitioning to a jig. Tommy, the scary thing with Brandon Lester is, for us and the viewers on Bassmaster Live, if he catches 2 or 3 more good ones, he may just stop fishing. Right?
That's what he did yesterday.
Made the comment that he thinks he can get 2, maybe 3 days out of that spot.
What did he do yesterday hitting all those other spots, Z? Did he tell you?
Oh, he just kept him honest. Yeah, he said, look, I know, growing up fishing here, I know every community hole pretty much from where he's sitting right there all the way down to the Pickwick Dam. And said he just kept some spots honest and just wanted to, after he caught his big bag right there, he just wanted to get the heck out of there.
Right.
Yeah, the 2 guys on top of the 4 box, a different approach. Brian Schmidt stayed where he was, wanted to guard it.
Yes.
Brandon Lester did not want to be seen where he caught those fish. And a lot
Christie,
of guys. Jason Christie, that story.
Literally, Christie unhooked a 5-pounder on one spot, and I believe he put it on plane while putting on the live well.
And saying at the weigh-in, he got really scared because a guy on a motorcycle 500 yards away had seen him and might tell his buddy where he was, so he had to get out.
I think that's what all.
Hey, Cletus, this dude was racking them up at your spot.
There's a shallow bite somewhere.
Is that a Cadus nymph? Hatch right there, Tommy?
Is the hatch on?
Some sort of a bug cocoon.
Yeah.
How do you dirty dogs not eat this? Let's get 2
Boy,
beat
if you
on,
didn't
I
watch
guess.
Bassmaster Live, you heard Pollinick say there's a shallow bite somewhere. No, there was not yesterday. It was It was fun with Bill Lowen late in the day, but it was tough for any of the anglers that we were with shallow.
Standing by with us right now, live on the line, B&W Trailer, Davey Hite. Davey, you know, we're with some real sticks out there this morning. It looks like everybody's just catching them one after the other, but the reality of it, if you listen to the guys at the weigh-in, you're not getting a whole lot of bites during the day, even if you're catching big numbers, big poundage, right?
Yeah, you're exactly right. One name comes to mind. I was talking to Keith Combs yesterday. Had a good day, obviously, and he said, I caught 8 fish all day. I'd catch one, and then an hour later, I'd catch another one on another spot, just not catching groups of fish. But this morning, I'm here with Corey Johnson and Brandon Pollinick, and they're around a lot of fish, but it's hard to get those fish to bite. These fish have gotten a lot of pressure in the last few weeks, but I think today it's going to be interesting. It's absolutely beautiful out here today. It's got a light wind. It's perfect for offshore fishing. We heard Taku say this morning he likes the calmer winds because you can see those fish with a forward-facing sonar. So it'll be a great day, but I think we'll see the weights flip-flop somewhat. Some anglers that were able to get on their spots and catch fish early yesterday, a later boat draw today, that might not happen for them.
Davey, I kind of want to dive into Matt Robertson. He has as much experience fishing offshore as anybody, and really the way this field practices now compared to back when you fished is Matt Robertson said he probably only made 20 or 30 casts during practice and really needed to learn yesterday on day number 1 by fishing the schools that he found compared to back in the day where you had to actually fish for schools instead of finding out really what you're on day number 1.
Yeah, see, it is totally changed, and you know, I've seen your shows now that you spend a lot of time graphing. I know when I'm out just fun fishing, I spend a lot of time graphing. But these tournament anglers, for 3 days of practice, there's quite a few of them that did nothing but graph the entire time, which, you know, some guys are very good at it. They all have the latest and greatest in mapping and electronics. But there's some guys, you know, I've got to tell this little quick story. Clark Winlett yesterday, he said, you know, I just don't like to graph all the time. And then when I stop and fish, there'll be anglers around, graphing around me, just looking at those same ledges. So it can be frustrating, especially for someone like Clark who's been fishing for so long. But the quote of the day yesterday was Clark told me that Frank Talley said, I'd rather turn the bedroom light off, stump my toe on the corner of the coffee table than to graph for 12 hours a day and never fish.
Davey, you talked about it yesterday, and you just mentioned it there. You know, we've got these guys with so much more sophisticated electronics, powerful processing. They got mapping that is so much more detailed today. I may be remembering it wrong. 10 years ago, there were some guys that we thought were just legitimate ledge fishing aces, and now it's just gotten a lot more democratic, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. I mean, everyone out here, or almost everyone out here, has done this quite a bit, and it's just a change of time. It's technology, it's the mapping, it's the electronics that they have, and you have to find those fish. And for so many hours, days, maybe even weeks of my life, I spent cranking and fishing, you know, deep swim baits and dragging Carolina rigs, and I was even around fish, maybe not a fish within hundreds and hundreds of yards of me, but now every angler you see fishing on a river ledge, every elite angler you see fishing on a river ledge is actually casting to some fish. The whole deal is being able to fire those fish, as anglers like to say, to get those fish going. And it's really all about tricking that first fish and get them in that feeding mode.
Davey, there's something. This is for some of our older Bassmaster Live viewers right now. And I think you and I still have them. You talk about the old contour maps that we would take in. We'd study them at the hotel at night together, then take them out in the boat. And I want you to be honest right here, because our viewers will laugh at this. Using those old contour maps, you would ask yourself about every 5 minutes, am I even remotely in the same part of the lake as I'm looking at on this map right now?
Yeah, absolutely, Z. It's funny you say that. I always felt like I had a little bit of an advantage because being in the military, we were trained to read contour maps. But it's still difficult when you're a mile or two offshore, even if you've had training. But I always thought that, that was one of the things that my military training helped me, is to read a contour map and to be in the general area. But even with that training, there were times, especially on a place like Lake St. Clair, Lake Okeechobee, where basically it's featureless, very little contour, and you're miles offshore. It was very, very different and very difficult, that's for sure.
Davey, thank you so much. Good stuff from Davey Hite, the former champion here at Pickwick Lake. Z?
Tommy, I would get to the point reading those contour maps. I'd set them on fire and go skip boat docks for the rest of the day.
Different world today, absolutely. Brandon Lester. Big, fast start for Brandon Lester. Let's hope he stretches it out all day long. Daryl Gleason moving up very rapidly up that leaderboard. Brian Schmidt, we saw him catch a giant a little bit ago. KJ Queen busting into the top 10 and moving all the way up into 4th place. So, as Davey Hite said, there's going to be lots of traffic in and out.
Whoa!
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
There we go. I don't know what I got. Another big old smallie, maybe? Stay on there. Come here. Come here. Where are you at? No. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yes! Woo! Look at that thing. Oh, dude, look at that thing.
Brandon Pollinick, subject of our Jack Link's Hook the Beast right there. That is the beast for sure.
Yeah, it was. Jack Link's Hook the Beast. Boy, it was a different looking playing field when we were here a year ago compared to this time around, and that's what's made the Humminbird lay of the lake so different. We were at about 48,000 acres to where we're probably down to about 43,000 in this tournament with a lower water level. Jack Link's Hook the Beast.
Looking down on Brandon Pollinick right now.
How would you do that, Tommy?
No, we're not looking down on him figuratively. We are looking with our Humminbird.
Bird's eye view.
Bird's eye view, of course.
It's starting to get hot now. The sun's coming out too. Oh my God. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh. Oh, got a little weight to it or something. Come on, stay on there. That felt big for a second where I got him hooked funny. Come on. I feel like I got him hooked funny. Come on, be a bass. Just the way he's fighting, I think I got him hooked funny. No. Yeah, I got him hooked funny. He's not that big. I got him hooked in the belly. He's long and skinny though. Keeper though. Sweet. 2 1/4.
Keeper number 3, Brandon Pollinick, moving from 4th up to 3rd place right there. Hold and serve on day number 2. We're going to leave Brandon Lester and go to another Brandon. Another prominent Brandon here on Pickwick Lake, Tennessee's own Brandon Lester.
Yeah, solid morning so far. See Brandon Lester fishing near Matt Robertson, but they are in a way different water column. Brandon Lester really from about 4 out to maybe 9 feet of water.
Come in here. That didn't take long. Told you they were out there. I could see them. Just got to finesse them a little bit. $2 1/4.
And Z, do you agree with this? I would say the reason that Lester had to leave his area is because it's so much shallower. It's a lot easier for someone to pull up and catch those versus Brian Schmidt's spot being so incredibly deeper compared to most of the offshore spots. A lot harder for someone to pinpoint that one than pulling up on the channel, you know, where he's at right there for Lester.
Well, both, you know, that's hard to answer. Just for the simple fact, both are very well-known areas.
Yeah.
You know, and as fast as Brandon Lester did his work yesterday with nobody around, it was just a safe play, you know, to be around that, obviously, the 20-pound mark and bail.
Still got to get paid. Come on, baby.
Last catch gave Lester 16 pounds. Daryl Gleason has 16 1/4. Still almost 7 pounds back of him, though.
Take anything we can get for now.
Keeper number 2 for Matt Robertson. Let's take a look at the aforementioned Daryl Gleason.
Another guy.
Taking a look at that BMC on point right there. And I think I was going to probably pop off exactly what you're going to talk about, Ronnie, is another guy that needs to catch them in this event, Daryl Gleason. And this one kind of sets up in his wheelhouse. I'm sure he's pretty happy that we got an offshore event. And like a lot of other anglers right now, room to grow. VMC on point. Daryl Gleason unofficially 16 pounds and 4 ounces.
Very similar to Justin Atkins, like we mentioned yesterday, needing to catch them, but in a better position than Atkins based on beating him in points this season. You know, it's dramatic. With a 10th place spot, Atkins only moved up to, I believe, like 82nd in points yesterday. Wow. What Brandon Lester hooked up.
Good one there. Just had to throw the worm this morning, that's all it was. Quit jumping. Quit. Skinny one. Oh, she's bleeding too. Let's see. Okay. That fish was hooked in the tongue. I'm gonna pour some A lot of times you pour something citrus on that spot where they're bleeding, like
Brandon Lester getting work done early, just as he did yesterday. And Brandon Lester, of course, the Tennessee angler. Tim's Ford, Mark Zona, is his home lake, but he said he has spent so many hours both on Kentucky Lake and Pickwick Lake. That's where he learned how to get it done here, although he's not doing that specific super deep ledge fishing that we associate with the conditions we have here this week.
Yeah, one of the nicest guys to cover on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and it's kind of stunning that he has not put a win in his pocket. He's had so many top fives, whether it's been up north fishing on the Tennessee River. We've seen him in a tournament on Gunnersville a few years back where you're like, he's gonna wrap this up. And the good thing about this tournament for Brandon Lester is exactly what we said the opening of this broadcast. He obviously has that one shallower sweet spot that he's on right now, but he has every single other sweet spot out deep. Yeah. So he is not going to run out of areas to fish.
Yeah, hopefully he'll keep fishing today and keep catching them all day long. It's been a great show watching everything for Brandon Lester and all our guys, all our top 10. But, Davey Hite said he thinks there's going to be a lot more movement inside Ronnie Moore and Mike Sukon. A lot more movement than we had, for instance, last time at Lake Fork. Lake Fork, you got in the top 10. You kind of tended to stay up there.
And I think that the one thing we'll see improve is the big bass of the tournament. A 6.5 pounder for Brandon Lester yesterday had him at his 21 and change in the top 10. I think we're going to see something bigger than that. I think we're going to see a guy maybe get on a fresh group of fish, or like Brandon Pollinick says, hey, a school showed up. They got a lot more fish in a school. Maybe we see a guy put 4 or 5 pounders in the boat. We will see, I believe, a mid-20s bag. I don't think 22.6, yesterday's day one weight, will be the top bag that we see this week.
All right.
Such? I'm looking at our classic cut. There's guys, we're down 39, get automatic berths to the classic. Christie's going to be defensive. He's inside. Lester won an open. Kimura won an open. Lee Livesey won an open. We're almost down to 44th. If Lee Livesey double qualifies, gets back in there. Then we look at a guy like Hank Cherry, who's 84th. He needs to start doing some move if he's going to get back to the Bassmaster Classic.
All right, Ronnie.
There are some guys, and you just mentioned Kenta Kimura, one of the Opens winners that's now in the chance of double qualifying for the Classic Such, and he's now up to 3rd on Bass Track, and maybe another good event, a good season for Kenta overall. But when we go to fantasy fishing, like we said yesterday, Zona, when I get to the screen and I'm having a good tournament, you kind of got a little bit of different swagger going on it. And if I covered up Mr. Iaconelli, who's fishing hurt this week, did not realize he was had a rib injury. Otherwise, I maybe wouldn't have put him on my team. There's some guys that you shy away from. A lot of people shied away from Brandon Pollinick, unsure if he would even fish the event, did leave him off the team, was the best performer in Bucket A. But I'm very pleased with my team. I moved up from around 80% overall in the world to about 91, 92% because Matt Airy, Matt Robertson, Jacob Fouts, and Cody Huff were all in the top 11 yesterday for my squad. It does not help me, though, that Such and Tommy basically have the same exact team. I'm not sure how that happens. It might be one of the first times we've shared so many similar picks. But then when we get to Drain the Lake, I'm kind of approaching where I was last year, Z. I was talking about maybe the top 200 in the world in Drain the Lake, and Tommy's obviously set the bar pretty high this year, but both me and Tommy are sitting around 300th in the world right now with a couple events left. Strategically saved some guys because in Drain the Lake, once you use them, you can't use them again. So I'm burning some of the locals, Webster and Atkins. I saved Matt Robertson for this week, even though I've used him at Chickamauga in Rapala. I didn't want to use him there for Drain the Lake, and I'm glad I'm using him this week. David Mullins, right on that cut line. I expect him to go up a little bit more today. And then Brandon Lester, obviously the man we have our eye on so far. But I will say it's been a good week, and I feel very happy about that because I love Pickwick so much. So it always feels good, Tommy, when you perform, at home, basically.
Yeah, I was kind of in favor of Mark Zona's suggestion that you do a dare to compare yourself to the rest of the season versus this week. See,
exactly.
I thought that was terrific.
I feel so much more comfortable.
Tommy, can I pop in on Such real quick? We are supposed to remain unbiased on this. I'm sure Chase Anderson, the owner of B.A.S.S, is watching. It's almost like you're playing favoritism. Are you on them in Conway, Arkansas right now in the night tournaments?
I'm on them. Kicking it. I get this hat. because
the
I'm on 'em.
Wichita Kid. Exactly.
The one angler who he needs no help getting his brand out there, and we got his hat on
Yeah,
here
exactly.
in the studio.
We need some
a
of the
little bit
Off'em hats for when I'm bad in fantasy. We'll wear the Off'em hats.
Such is the Stuttgart Kid.
He is. Let's get back out to Brandon Pollinick. Hanging in there in third
And
place, actually
like,
moving up one spot.
The guys
during
that are
course
in the
of
know at home will know when I'm like, thanks, little peanut. So Kyle's like, the peanut? It is the peanut, yes. Uh-oh. The peanut strikes again. Don't you jump, don't you jump. Decent sized fish right there. Come on, come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, got the camera. Okay. I thought it was way bigger when it jumped out there. Should be enough to get paid though. Which is a freaking beautiful thing. I'll put him on his own. Yeah. Yeah. Way better. Thanks.
Puts Pollinick up into second place. Still about 6 pounds behind the other Brandon, right here, Lester.
Came off. Came back and got it. I don't think he'll help, but we're gonna check and see.
Still there. They're still there. I mean, they're still there, and they are loaded. They're liking the peanut. He's not very big. But he shall keep, huh? Yep, that's fine.
Well, great morning of fishing.
Absolutely. Brandon Pollinick, certainly one of the guys, no problem putting numbers in the boat this week. That's not the case, certainly, for the majority of anglers out here, but it's still good. This is from the top. There's, I believe that's Corey Johnston. Right there in the neighborhood, putting one in the boat as well.
Look at the size of that bass! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Pickwick Lake, one of those legendary bucket list places for all serious bass anglers, and they want to come here, as you mentioned and Davey mentioned, Mark-Zona, this time of year. They want to do the ledge fishing. That's like a lifetime experience everyone wants to have, and we're getting to experience a lot of it today. How about some Striker Daily Trivia to kick off this segment right here? Give you the question, how long is the divide cut, the channel connecting Pickwick Lake to the Tom Bigby River, and of course, which runs down into Alabama and eventually to the Gulf of Mexico? Is that 17 miles, that cut to get through there? Is it 35, 29, or 43?
Wait,
mileage experts. Now we're going to answer this one
Isn't the Tom Bigby the cut that connects them, or is
it's the cut that connects Pickwick that goes down to the Tom Bigby, so they can have the barge traffic, which is the largest earth-moving project ever, one of the largest ever, 1.5 times bigger than the Suez Canal.
Which city?
Don't you get me started on that Suez Canal. I'm going to go 29 miles.
29 miles. I like that too.
I'll do 35.
Okay. The divide cut. How long is
29 miles. 280 feet wide.
Well done.
I'm terrible at these alphabet soup trivias.
What?
I'm terrible at the alphabet soup trivia. I'm still trying to figure out what's the divide cut.
Okay.
Where we at?
Took them 10 years.
That's your Striker Daily Trivia for today. Let's get back out to Brandon Lester. Brandon Lester, who is now holding an almost 6-pound lead over the rest of the field, and on the basis of yet another great morning, I think we've got to give him some recognition, Mark-Zona.
Exactly right. Brandon Lester said he would know very, very quickly here on day number 2 if that shallow bar that he's on would reload, and that's exactly what has happened. It's pretty much a one-cast spot that Brandon Lester said, man, if I can get 2, maybe 2.5 days out of this little area, little hard spot that sticks off the shore. He is not out on the main river, and we're going to kind of let it lay right there. We'll kind of break down that spot tomorrow because it is a popular area. Brandon Lester doing a lot of his damage really in about 4 to 7 feet of water. Strike King 4.0. Caught one good one on a jig, then put a spinning rod in his hand. Still room to grow. Marathon Peak Performance, Brandon Lester unofficially with 16 pounds. You just kind of feel, man, one of these offshore-ish tournaments, Brandon Lester's going to seal the deal. Marathon Peak Performance, Brandon Lester.
It's been good so far. Off to a good start. You know, yesterday morning I had 21 pounds by now, but I figure I've probably got 14 or 15 so far this morning. Not quite as active this morning, not quite as much current going, but there's still a ton of fish here. I've caught 7 or 8 keepers so far, just kind of rotating through baits. You know, yesterday I caught most of them cranking, caught a couple of good ones on a jig, but this morning I had to slow down, throw a little worm a little bit just to get them to bite. And I'm still learning this spot, you know. I mean, heck, I hadn't fished here much at all, and I don't have much history here. I just found this spot the last day of practice, so still learning the spot, still trying to get a feel for exactly what's going on. It's a shallow bar, and you kind of got to fish for them to figure them out. It's hard to graph these shallow bars like this, so we're off to a good start. I feel good about it. I'm fixing to kind of start easing around and see if I can find another little group of them out here somewhere, because I don't think this is the only group that's out here. Yep.
Brandon Lester, your leader right there, as we say, by about 6 pounds. Let's get out to Daryl Gleason, B&W Trailer Hitches, some bonus coverage of the man from Manny, Louisiana, Daryl Gleason. And Daryl, a very, very strong morning here. Did you see this one coming?
I did not see it coming, but that's what's possible when you're fishing offshore. You can pull up anywhere and wreck them in a hurry. Man, it was a dream start for us. That's the kind of start that you pray for every day. Yesterday was a much slower day. It was kind of a grind for me, but today I was boat 2, so I was able to get on up the lake and got on the spot. No one was here when I first got here. And, you know, good Lord bless me, man. Heck of a start. I got one really good one, a 5-pounder or so, and a couple 3s. And You know, I got more weight than it took me all day yesterday to get. So we just working hard and hoping we can make a couple more stops, you know, similar fashion and throughout the day and get fish on the weekend. That's what it's all about.
B&W Trailer Hitches on the line with Daryl Gleason. This one obviously sets up in your wheelhouse, a tournament you probably looked at on the schedule early. Talk about how different it was early in practice to where it almost feels like it's stabilizing offshore now.
Yeah, I'm still learning like the Tennessee River system, these current lakes as far as offshore, but I love fishing offshore back home on Toledo Bend and Sam Rayburn. But it seemed like they're starting to try to get offshore due to the, you know, the weather getting hot and all that. But last week, I think they pumped a lot of water, and I think it may have been too much water and kind of scattered them, pushed them off some of this stuff. But, you know, so practice for me was fairly slow. The place I'm on right now, I idled Wednesday, and they were just dotted up on my Lowrance. Man, it was beautiful. And I just know when you see that, what's going to happen. So it feels like, you know, it's getting more like it's supposed to be each day. It just took a little while after they blew them out with all that current to get them back right. But right now, I would love for a little current to kick on. It really bunches them up in the area I'm fishing right now. The current is everything.
Daryl, obviously you caught them very good, very early today. Were you able to catch them throughout the day yesterday, throughout the whole day, or were there special periods?
No, yesterday was more of a slow grind for me. I was a super late number yesterday, and this lake is fishing really small. So I didn't run where I'm at yesterday because I knew someone would be here. And I had to kind of just grind around all day. And my strategy yesterday was to fish my way up the lake or down the lake, whichever direction it is, toward McFarland. And so I did that, and I worked my way, and I got up here about 2 o'clock on this spot and was able to catch a few and cull up a few times. I just didn't get that big key bite yesterday. But this morning, man, it was on fire. I actually started the day off with a big old Tennessee River drum first thing this morning. I thought I had a guy, and I had a big old drum. So, but it has slowed down the last few minutes. You know, I do have a little company here now or whatever, and that's just how this goes. You got to kind of work together and share the spots. But it's gotten a little slower, but I think if the current would kick on, they'd bite again. But if they don't bite here shortly, I'll go to hole hopping and see when I can get on. And you know, I tell my wife every morning I leave in a tournament like this to have faith all day, because when you're offshore fishing, you're fishing for a lot of fish on a small spot. And if you can, you know, make the right stop and everything line up, it can go down quick for you. So it was a really fun start. It's probably good that it slowed down a little bit because my heart was about to pop out of my chest. But grateful for the start, but I know I got more work to do.
Well, it does sound like a lot of fun in the Daryl Gleason boat. Daryl, keep it going all day long. Good luck to you for the rest of the day, and a terrific start for the man from the Toledo Bend.
Yeah, the mayor of Manny. The mayor of Manny is what at least I call him.
The mayor of Manny.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Time out there. You know, you got to hear so many of these anglers that didn't and in a tournament like this don't fish much, where they just idle.
Tricked him.
Continue that in a second.
Yeah.
Brandon Pollinick hooked up.
This guy's having
bigger
fun.
when they bite the crankbait. It just gets the bigger ones. I mean, it's not a giant, but it's bigger. Hell, Cole. Thought I was gonna let you just sit out there, not throw crankbait at you, you silly fish. Another 2.5 pounder. Oh wait, that's not the one I want to get rid of. About tossed the wrong one back. Gosh dang it. Number 2. What are you, number 2? Number 2. Oh, that's 3. There you go. I saw you. All right, I need to reweigh number 1 because I pushed the wrong one.
When you heard Davey Hite say that there was going to be some
2.5.
Flip-flops on the leaderboard so far. Two of the anglers we have cameras with, Jason Christie, Taku Ito with 0 fish. And at this time yesterday, Justin Atkins, who we're with, he had 0 fish. Went on a big flurry.
Weights, right?
Z, Keith Combs is without a fish, and Greg Hackney just moved into our top 10.
I love the crankbait bait.
Yeah, and Keith Combs, it was a lot like Jason Christie yesterday, said he did not get a lot of bites, just the right ones.
I think he's going to be
What I was going to say about that,
as the others.
Tommy, about that idling and able to mark a lot of these fish under your boat, there will be a time that, and you're starting to see that on a lot of smallmouth lakes where you're able to idle and mark them, turn around and catch them, blah, blah, blah. And this is going to happen. And I'm sure a lot of our Bassmaster Live viewers are already seeing it, where they will not even let you idle over the top of them anymore because it's so constant.
Yeah.
They'll scatter, you know what I'm saying, where you won't be able to see them as well.
No help.
Joseph Webster was talking about what the pressure does. They're so educated. Now, how far are these guys having to stay off of these fish in these key spots they're going to?
Well, a lot of the guys that are on those true offshore schools, they're, you know, and you hear Pollinick, who's the best at it, he is constantly adjusting his boat, and he casts further than anybody that we've had a camera with to stay off of these fish. You know, Brian Schmidt's it seems to be a lot closer to his school, you know, but Brian Schmidt is making a single cast repetitively like Pollinick. But the other thing is, watching Pollinick is, for the most part, you got to see him do a little bit of drop shot yesterday. It's all been some sort of a reaction, a shad style reaction type bite, similar to what we saw him do on fork.
Fish on there, Brandon Lester, top left on your screen there is the man in charge here with a good lead. And Pollinick chipping away at it, catching them regularly all morning long. What's coming up next? We'll be right back.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Everyone just finished up weighing day number 1. Had an incredible day. Way more weight than I expected to catch going out this morning. Weighed just under 22 pounds. A lot of it thanks to this dude right here. I feel like this is something I've got up my sleeve that not a lot of guys are doing. This is an X-Zone Mega Swammer in Tennessee shad color and a VMC Tokyo rig with a VMC heavy duty flipping hook on it. So I've got that hook exposed, that guard keeps it, or the bait keeper keeps it on there super solid, and then a 3/4 ounce tungsten VMC slider weight on that Tokyo rig, and I'm just slow winding that on the bottom. That got me a lot of big bites today. Guaranteed I'm gonna put it in the rotation and put it to work again tomorrow. I'm looking forward to getting back out there. Incredible fun day today. Crazy catches at the end of the day, so I think we're probably going to start where we finished off the day just to see, and then we'll make a transition up the lake and then run back down in the afternoon. So super blessed for the day today. We got to do it again tomorrow.
Yes.
Getting it done today, showing us how he's doing it. And with what, Z?
Tommy, I have to throw one out there that I heard yesterday. Obviously, Brandon Pollinick and Tiffany, they're having their first child, and he said he's going to roll. And coming from he's obviously in the driver's seat for the Angler of the Year race, but now he's a little bit in contention.
I don't know why.
Position to possibly win this tournament. I heard John Garrett say it's a true statement of somebody that's single, that's not married.
Today was a
As John
maybe
Garrett
3 for
said,
me, so
yeah, that's a hard decision. I'd
can't
probably stick
understand,
around.
so-
Right.
Right. Okay. Yeah, Brandon Pollinick having just in the last 10, 15 minutes or so cut into Brandon Lester's lead by a couple of pounds. He now stands just under 5 pounds back.
It is only the second ledge tournament I've ever fished. And like you start to learn a little bit more, like just the process of it, right? Like how you run your spots and your rotation and baits, and just there's a lot more to it than just rolling up and casting, you know. I feel like I'm just learning about it more and more every day.
Gosh,
same
Brandon
size this
Lester
morning.
is going through a lot of fish right now.
They'll spread out now.
Quick.
Or they pushed off the face of it.
I mean, I was there, Tommy, when Hunter and Jacob were born, but was I really there and helpful? Almost as if I was a hindrance throughout the process.
We can only imagine. We heard some of you on stage yesterday say, "Go, Brandon, go! You got 18 years. You'll be with the kid 18 years." Oh.
That one bit it so weird.
Wanted to win.
He's still not even fighting. White bass.
Yeah, I heard Corey Johnston this morning on the first spot say, I think your phone's ringing, Brandon, if you want to answer it. I mean, get out of here.
Go on now.
Go on now.
Get on out of here.
Go on now.
Go on, boy.
Got your way.
Go on, boy.
And obviously that Bass Pro Shops Top Lure segment with Brandon talking about he ended the day strong with a couple big ones. Would like to start there. Obviously started where they, other anglers had started that morning. That's the difference in the current. Yesterday afternoon's current rolls up, catches some big fish, goes to weigh in, shows up there the next morning where those guys may have caught some fish, but not this quality because the current wasn't rolling.
Got a big fish from a guy who needed it. Hank Cherry was 84th with 3 for 7 yesterday. He's got a 5'11". Today's his first fish, 5'11".
Is that the new Phoenix Boats Big Bass?
Yes, sir, today.
Okay, all right.
We did not see Jason Christie and Taku without a fish by now.
Combs and Atkins, Austin Felix, Jason Williamson, Perch.
Gosh, that's a long ways to set the hook on.
See, Williamson's one that we'll keep an eye on for the last hour of the day or so because he caught 4 fish over 3
keep
pounds
reeling and set the hook at the same time.
Last hour coming in. I think we saw Jacob Porosnik and I think Keith Combs both caught 5-pounders in the last hour.
But I welcome them to find
And
out.
good weight yesterday as well. Z, looking at some of the numbers for the fish catches, I said I'd pull some of them and see how they corroborate the current aspect. Obviously, the 7 o'clock time period is when takeoff is, so 7 to 8, half of that hour, people may be running and not actually fishing. So we only saw 75 catches. 3 of those were 4+ pounders. The 8 to 9 period, though, 120 catches, 13 over 4 pounds. The 9 to 10, right around middle of that hour is when the current kicked on. We saw 108 catches, 4 4-pounders. The next 3 hours, far less catches, but the percentage, the ratio of 4 to 6-pounders from 10 to 1 is just as good as any other the rest of the day combined, you know, other than that main hour of catching them. So.
Right, and that is, of all the tournaments we've had on Pickwick or Gunnersville, Wheeler, Kentucky Lake, that is pretty much ledge fishing 101. Really? That's why there's so many guide trips on this body of water, you know, when folks get off work from 2, 3, 4 o'clock.
But I can't get them to eat the thing. Can't even get them on the dum-dum stuff?
He is not very big, but Pollinick fishing right next to Corey Johnston. And Tommy, you know Corey Johnston. He does not fare well with getting outfished at all. Yeah. Trust me. It's, I guarantee you is wound up.
I don't think he'll help. At a 198, he'll be close.
Peter Boats, Big Fish Lure, Hank Cherry, 811.
2 even.
Trying to make a climb up the standings, make the cut. Last year he was top 10.
5'11".
5'11".
Oh, 5'11". Oh,
5'11".
Say we have a 9-pounder on board. Yeah, we saw that. He had that weight yesterday, you said, Such, and same thing for Iconelli. He had 8 pounds yesterday all day, and he had that in the first 30 minutes this morning. Some guys trying to make a comeback.
3 for 7th, 84th place. I mean, what do you think? The cut, Mullins had 13-12 in 47th place, and Scott Canterbury was 48th, and he had 13-12. So double that, somebody's going to have 27 pounds maybe to make day 3?
27 and a half.
You think it would go up?
About a little B&W trailer hitches live on the line. Let's bring in our guy, the former champ here at Pickwick Lake, Davey Hite. And as you predicted, Davey, the traffic in and out of the top 10 has picked up significantly. We've had a lot of exits and a lot of entries. Do you expect that to be the trend for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I really think it will be, Tommy. And since I talked to you guys last, I've been out riding around looking at different anglers and looking at my mapping, where they're fishing and that sort of thing. And it's just absolutely incredible with the mapping technology that we have right now that I haven't seen a single angler, and, you know, I'll stay away from them 150, 200 yards, but I can look on my map and see exactly what they're fishing. And I have not seen a single angler. Sometimes there's 2 and 3 boats on a spot, but every spot, it's just like you look at the map and you say, yep, that's why he's sitting there. It's incredible how good the mapping is, and when you're able to get on that spot and have an early boat draw and catch those fish early like we saw some anglers do yesterday, it's all good. But the next day when you're boat 80 or, 85, 86, even in the 70s, it makes it much, much more difficult. And, we saw some good fish caught late in the day, but yesterday morning was a big, big key for several of our anglers in the top 10.
Davey, so many top 10s fishing the Tennessee River in your career. We talked about it earlier today here on Pickwick Lake. Thursday and Friday is a different monster than Saturday and Sunday. And you've had so many Saturdays and Sundays. Talk about not only current generation, but we heard Justin Atkins make the comment, look, fishing offshore in Tennessee and Alabama the first week of June, it's a heritage. It's a pastime. Kind of walk us through weekends on Pickwick Lake.
The first part of your question is the current generation. It's just the demand for power. They typically generate a lot more during the week than they do on a Saturday or a Sunday. It's just simple demand. And then the other thing is, like you said, this the end of May, first couple weeks of June on the Tennessee River is certainly a tradition. You see kids, you see dads, you see granddads out here fishing together because that's what they do. It's like opening day of deer season in Michigan or Wisconsin or somewhere. I mean, it's just everybody does it. It's a short season and everybody does it. Down south, it's similar like in South Carolina. The deer season is like 5 months long, so people don't flock there. But here, the offshore fishing on the Tennessee River, the first part of June, you can bet there will be a lot of locals out here. You have to consider that, but then also when the field is cut in half, then it makes it a little easier with your competitors. But that's a good thing. Only half the anglers out here fishing in the Bassmaster Elite Tournament, but you've got to anticipate a lot of local anglers. There'll be local tournaments, there'll be club tournaments, and there will just be people recreational fishing.
Davey, last tournament we were at Lake Fork, Lee Livesey told us, he said, you know, you want them when they're coming out deep, you want to catch them when they first get there. That's when they're kind of stupid. You know, that's when you can catch them. Are we sort of in that period right now? Or are they just going to keep getting smarter, these deeper fish, throughout the rest of June and into July?
Yeah, unfortunately, Tommy, you're exactly right, and a lot of these fish seem to be very wise to the baits right now. So, but it will get tougher as those fish are out there a little longer. When they first move up on these ledges, it is a little easier to catch them, and that's a positive about the tournament days. You know, starting the very first full week of June. A lot of these fish, a lot of these places, I heard Brandon Pollinick saying, man, there's twice as many fish there this morning as there was when he found those fish in practice. So that's a great saving grace about being here this time of the year. The offshore fishing is never going to be easy again, in my opinion, because of the electronics we have, the mapping we have. But if you have to pick a time, I think they're here at the right time. And a lot of these anglers, those ledges will reload overnight, hopefully.
Davey, for some of our beginning anglers that are watching this that maybe have not fished offshore, whether it's on Pickwick Lake or any lake offshore, talk about, like, looking at Brandon Pollinick right now with 37 rods on his deck, grabbing another one, how critical it is, constant bait rotation, and why?
Well, it's very critical because, like I said, all of these anglers are casting two fish. They can see with the electronics we have now. Years ago, so often you were thinking, yeah, it might not be the bait's issue. You're not even casting where fish are, but these anglers know that the fish are sitting there. They've graphed and they can see with their forward-facing sonar, that sort of thing. But the other thing is just tricking those fish, and I keep calling it, you got to trick them because they have seen so many artificial lures, and we're not able to use live bait, obviously. So you have to use something that they just can't resist, or they react to, the reaction bite, or something that just seems so realistic. And for me, it's always real important, and I heard Brandon talking about learning the rotation with those bait. You just don't randomly grab a rod and a reel with a certain bait because it, you know, just happens to be laying there. I always started out with baits that move more water, maybe baits that had rattles in them, that were making more noise, that sort of thing. I would start with that to try to see if you could catch those aggressive fish, or maybe those fish haven't been fished for very much. And then I would go to more subtle, less subtle, finesse, maybe even a drop shot. I usually didn't try to go to that. I was always a power fisherman. But you'll see these anglers rotate, and they'll start out with those baits that those aggressive fish should react to, and then end up using things like, you know, a shaky head on very light line or a drop shot. You'll see that being one of the last choices to throw at a school of fish.
Davey, good stuff. Thank you very much. The great Davey Hite out there on the water, Pickwick Lake. You'll be bringing us the coverage a little bit later on today with Dave Mercer, I believe, today. Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
As we look at the two guys who've been catching them steadier than anyone on this day 2 the Brandons, Pollinick and Lester.
And if you really remember yesterday when Davey took control during our midday break, that's when things really started to fire. Pretty much look for a identical situation to happen here on day number 2.
Brandon Pollinick, as we look at our unofficial via Bass Track leaderboard. Brandon Lester still holding that lead over Brandon Pollinick. Daryl Gleason jumping into the top 10. Kenta Kimura, Brian Schmidt holding his place there. Chris Zaldane has jumped up. Lehue, Queen, and Cobb have jumped into the top 10. And look at a couple of names just outside. Hackney and Livesey. It's getting interesting. Be right back.
Whoa!
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Full field out there fishing today. 91 anglers leading out of Counts, Tennessee. Pickwick State Park at the dam there, the Pickwick Dam. Let's take a look at our Falcon Rods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch, and there he is, having a great tournament here, especially on day 1. Jacob Fouts, former national champion, college national champion, went to school right here on the banks of the Tennessee River up near Chickamauga. Jay Shakura, who held that lead for a long, long time, is holding on in second place. Joseph Webster, a local from this area, in third.
And you looked at it, there was a 100-point gap from first to fifth in Rookie of the Year the last few events, and now there's 5 within 50 points of each other. Now it's tightened much up at the top.
Speaking of that former national champion, classic qualifier, Jacob Fouts, there he is right now, and a little bit slower at this point of the day, Jacob, than it was yesterday, but what's the better part of the day for you? Is it yet to come?
Yeah, I think so. It's typically almost always that water on 9 and 12. It seems like my fight was better. No water. But this morning, I'm killing time now, trying to brush piles and wait till they turn that water on. Start fighting.
Trying to get that audio to clear up for us, but it's not quite doing it for us. Jacob, we will try again a little bit later. We do want to hear what Jacob has to say. I did hear the word brush piles. That's about all I could hear.
And buying time.
Yeah, buying time. And taking a look at this catch earlier today, there was a beautiful, gosh, I don't know who took the photo gallery. There was a great photo gallery with Jacob Fouts yesterday. I mean, catching some big ones, cranking. Obviously spent a lot of time out on the ledges here on Pickwick Lake.
At 19 pounds yesterday, 9th place. He jumped from 47 back at Jay Shakura to 12 atop the Falcon Rods Rookie.
And that's the one thing. All these elite pros know exactly what they probably should do, but some of these Tennessee River guys know that you can run to a school of fish maybe on a good ledge in the morning, but oftentimes you need to maybe go fish your other stuff where the current's not dependent. Go catch some of those fish and buy time. Like Bill Lowe was saying, I don't want to go sit on a ledge and get discouraged because they're not biting when I could just go back in later in the day when there actually should be biting.
No. Bill Lowen just didn't want to be on a ledge.
Well, that's true. But he tried at least. I'll say he at least tried it. He tried it, you know.
He looked so uncomfortable for the first 7 minutes of Bassmaster Live.
It'll help a little bit, I think. I don't know. Be close.
Brandon Lester has sat on that spot all morning long, where yesterday you said it was, I believe, 8:36 when he left it. Tommy, burning it down today?
Could be. I mean,
Maybe.
Didn't you say that he had dropped the hint that probably couldn't push this past 3 days, right?
That is exactly what he said.
Hang on just a second.
Yeah, I think at 8:13 he caught that 6 pound or 6'9".
And that's one of those things. If you're not maybe as confident in your other stuff to be able to call out what you're catching here, you kind of got to burn some of it down, and hopefully spend the rest of today finding it during the good current, finding some other spots. Jason Christie now finally hooked up,
looking for his first keeper.
I think we got us one.
Start somewhere now.
This time yesterday I had 20 pounds and now I'm measuring one.
Well, it didn't say that on the bass track.
Yeah, we
at this
caught
time
you there.
yesterday.
You knew you had it, but you didn't tell
Caught
us.
you, Jack. He will always have unfinished business to be done.
Wait a minute.
I wasn't worried, Jack.
I was worried.
And this is about the time where we saw a first catch with Justin Atkins yesterday. So
that's right. And it didn't take long after that.
16, but he wasn't much of 16. Call him 2.
Did you hear I said that, Z? Call him 2.
That's.
I had to measure it, so I mean, much bigger. Yeah, Atkins has
A lot of his damage yesterday was done on a swim bait. Weighed in one on a worm, one on a crankbait. Right. Rest of them all on a swim bait for Christie.
Boy, Shane LaHue's been catching them. He called again with a 3-pounder. He's got a little more than 13 pounds, but he's caught 11 fish already today. Jumped up from 28th to 5th.
He and Lee Livesey are fishing very close together. I mean, both having a nice day.
Yeah.
So much nicer than yesterday.
LaHue busted 100 pounds, 9 ounces at Lake Fork.
It's like just enough breeze to keep you from melting.
Trying to get another top 10.
Yeah.
Just a nice, comfy temperature.
Gosh, he finished 4th at Fork. He jumped from 69th to 40th in the Angler of the Year points. And right now, with his 5th place spot, he's 29th. That's a pretty good move.
Yeah.
What we'd expect from LaHue compared to what he's been doing.
I know it's Daryl Gleason's now at 60th in AOY points. Where was he coming into this day? Do you recall?
I think he was in the 80s.
Yeah, I think
82nd.
So yeah.
Oh.
Back before Fork, he was 87th.
Another one. Smaller one.
Do it, boss. Huh? You think so? I don't think so either.
Now that fish in Jason Christie's mind is about 4 ounces.
No, wait.
So he'll put 2 ounces on Bass Track.
Gotta be 15 inches to keep, and it looks like it will keep. So second keeper for Jason Christie. And we want to be honest. We give some anglers a hard time here, Z, but we do it in jest because Bass Track is unofficial and it keeps it fun at weigh, and we kind of know how to interpret some anglers and if they're, you know, accurate on Bass Track or not. And so let's just do the top 5. We'll just break down the top 5. Yesterday, Matt Robertson weighed in 22.6, okay? But he had 19.14 on Bass Track. We said 19.14, no doubt 20, but it was up to 22, almost 22 and a half. Jason Christie, 22 on Bass Track, 19 even. So 3 pounds off is about average for Jason Christie, you know. And I will give credit. Actually, some of these guys say they don't tell their marshal. The marshal they don't ask. The marshal puts in whatever they want to put in. I say, well, you have the opportunity to let them know. You have the opportunity to clue them in. Taku Ito, a little bit better, a little more accurate, 22.1, and he had 20 pounds, 12 ounces on Bass Track. Brandon Pollinick weighs all of his fish most of the time. Yesterday he caught one late. Don't know if that one really went in as accurate on Bass Track. Went in as a 5-pounder. It ended up being a little bit bigger than that.
6'2".
21.13 for him. He had 19 even on Bass Track. That one fish, that 6'2", that 1 pound, 2 ounces, that would have got him a lot closer. And then for 5th place, Brandon Lester, he had 21.6. He had 19.10 on Bass Track, but like we said, he hadn't really registered a fish since 8.13. So all those earlier ones, the 2.10s and the 3.0s, they weren't 3.0s. They were bigger than that. So Pickwick definitely showcased itself a little bit better yesterday than Bass Track maybe told us.
And those anglers right there, we're having fun with because we ended the show yesterday and said Jason Christie will be leading or very close to leading this event guaranteed. With that being said, there's also notoriously through the history of the Bassmaster
100%.
Elite Series, guys that absolutely exaggerate their weights at time by accident.
There were a couple guys who were a few ounces higher on Bass Track, but I will throw one angler on the bus specifically, and I will probably hear about it later, but one Chris Zaldane likes to throw the big baits. He has been very off lately, and the difference in 17, what he weighed in yesterday, 17 and change versus his 13 on Bass Track, we all know the difference in 13 and 17 pounds. So I'll throw that one in Chris Zaldane's ear that I think he knew what he was doing there, playing a little coy on his offshore spots.
Professional anglers. I was talking about Iconelli.
Yeah,
I was talking about Iconelli, not Chris Zaldane.
No, he was another one that I thought of that underestimated. Just one of the notables from below the top
Patrick
5.
Walters is the worst.
All right, so some of them are notorious sandbaggers. Some of them go the other direction. I don't know if it's totally intentional, but we'll keep after him today. We'll try to bring you the best estimates we can possibly bring you. More to come from Pickwick.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
On the Tennessee River, going out of Tennessee counts Tennessee. Pickwick Lake is also bordered by Alabama and Mississippi. It's a real bucket list place for serious bass anglers, and we're so happy to be here for our 6th of 9 events on the Bassmaster Elite Series this year. Let's get back out to Jason Christie. A slow start to his day after a real knockout day 1.
Not very big ones for Jason Christie, but starting to get bit.
You think so? I don't think so either. I mean, just barely for right now.
Well, up until about 30 minutes ago, he had 0 fish in the boat, so anything is welcome.
Sounds just like the tune that Justin Atkins was playing yesterday.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And let me dial one thing in with Jason Christie. We picked on Jason a little bit today. He said it got to go. Now wait for this, Tommy. Tommy, wait for this.
Okay.
He said, man, it got really slow after 9:15 today. Now, I said, why do you think that is? He goes, because I quit fishing.
It's reasonable. Not seeing him. He's over.
The old Three Stooges joke. I can't see. What's the matter? I got my eyes closed.
That's keeper number 3 for Jason Christie. We saw that.
Was that 3 or 4?
Was that 4?
Did he just catch 2 right there? And he already
I think
had
it was
2?
3. I think it was 3.
Okay. This whole pan thing.
Brandon Lester.
Small is a 2.6.
May help a little bit, I don't know.
Whether it helps or not is that little shallow area has a lot of fish on it.
Wow.
He has not moved 10 feet all morning.
I will say, Z, one of my good friends who guides here as well, Cody Harrison, said Lester's likely going to burn that down before Saturday. He's buying time until they cut on that water because that spot is definitely getting fished in a local derby tonight or tomorrow for sure.
Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
Taku Ito, also like Christie, a slow start to his day.
That was 4 for Christie.
I would go with probably tonight and tomorrow.
Christie has 2 2-pounders and 2 1.5 pounders. 7 pounds.
And one thing to watch, Taku Ito was fishing inside shallower than Brian Schmidt this morning. Very close, but still not bumper boats. Taku Ito, this is the first time today he has left that area with Brian Schmidt.
Smallmouth. I love smallmouth. Too much power. Hopefully 15. Smallmouth. I love it. I love it. Oh yeah. Welcome to Smallmouth. Oh, easy. Yeah. Whoo. Smallmouth.
Well, keeper number 1 for Taku right there.
Getting better at American fisheries and speaking English, isn't he, Z?
Yes, yeah. One thing that he told me last night, you got to talk after the weigh-in, he was spooling up, and Tommy, he said he's coming over soon to my house.
All right. Fantastic.
Exactly.
Empty nester no more. He's going to have Taku spending the night.
Yeah.
No, Hunter Jacob, we'll go pontooning with Taku.
Sure.
I will call Taku out, though, in the fact that he says he doesn't like fish that have a lot of power, but he loves smallmouth and he doesn't like largemouth. Yet, smallmouth have been notoriously listed as the harder pullers and the stronger fish. They may not, I just don't get his reasoning on not liking largemouth, yet he loves big smallmouth, which fight much harder.
I would think you had permission to ask him just exactly what he means.
I will do that.
You should do that, yeah.
Maybe tonight, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow.
When we talk about anglers that are very efficient with their front-facing sonar, boy, Taku has risen to the top of that list here on the Elite Series, too.
At the Classic, he called himself a professional live scoper.
I'd go with that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, come on. Come on, smallmouth. Smallmouth, smallmouth. Oh yeah. Come on, smallmouth. I need you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Maybe smallmouth or catfish. Oh yeah, smallmouth. Oh, big smallmouth. Oh, big smallmouth. Oh, big smallmouth. Yes! Woohoo! No Northern tournament, but Alabama tournament, but I caught a smallmouth because smallmouth love Taku. Hey, got it. I love you. I love you. I love you. Nice. Phew. Oh man. Oh, smallmouth juice dip in a bait, easy to bite because smallmouth love Japanese scent. Very easy. If I found a smallmouth school, I can get easy because Taku's liquid, Taku's Japanese liquid is like a sushi taste. Smallmouth love sushi. Sometimes smallmouth like hamburger, but smallmouth like sushi.
And Z and Tommy and Such, the word when you hear Taku say what sounds like ricket, he's saying liquid. So whatever bait liquid he's putting in, and I think it's called like Bass liquid. That's what he's talking about with sushi and whatnot.
Sushi for smallmouth, cheeseburger for largemouth.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
I like
Mini lobster.
A lot of anglers have been asking about his hamburger flavored.
I'm interested myself.
Up to 7th place with that 3.5 pounder.
Well, you could not go from two totally different anglers, from Taku to Jason Christie.
Wow.
Really, you could not do that. Unless you threw in some Porosnik.
I literally was about to say Porosnik.
I'll be taking them off on live scope. Just trying to catch a fish.
Well, it was a slow, painful morning. We got to talk about it. Eerily similar to Justin Atkins. VMC on point. Coming into this second day in second place, Jason Christie. No big ones in the live well, and pretty much Jason Christie had done all of his damage at this time on day number 1. VMC on point. Jason Christie slowing down a lot of his damage on day 1 with a swim bait and a crankbait. Slowing down a little bit. He's around some anglers, but not close to other anglers. Got a feeling we'll be able to see Jason Christie pretty much fish all day today. Hopefully we will. BMC on point, Jason Christie.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a 6er right there.
Wow.
Right next to Brandon Pollinick.
Right.
Fighter had just filled his limit with a 4-pounder.
Gosh. That's about it. Just a little way to the park. Nice, dude.
Nice work. That enough to get you? That enough to get you paid?
That's it. I think so.
Yeah. Showed up for the 10 G's. Showed up just in time.
Can I just fish next to you all day?
Sure. I mean, as long as I get bit too.
Fighter started the day in 36th.
They're not up on the crankbait juice. Thought they were schooling. Doubled up. Oh no, I lost mine. Gosh, dang it. Oh, we got bit at the exact same time. I mean, we got bit at the exact same time. I just didn't land mine. He bit the swimmer.
And definitely a big flurry starting with Seth Fighter and Brandon Pollinick. Greaves,
What a hit right there.
it's all going down.
That's
Tommy, every time we have covered a lot of tournaments on the Tennessee River, Pickwick and Gunner. They are always very weird tournaments when they're offshore events.
Yeah, that's true. Gunnersville,
They
especially.
really are.
Yeah.
It's very cool to see them all fire off at different times. Jason Christie, the last 15 minutes, has caught multiple fish. Taku Ito finally catching a couple back-to-back. When you get around them at the exact moment that they want to bite, it can be some of the best fishing you'll see, catching multiple fish off spots.
Daryl
Like
Gleason, a
on the edge
big
of a
mover.
shell, and it starts kind of like doing that.
Called again to 17 pounds, 4 ounces, third place.
Don't know unless you swing. Or it can be plastic on the bottom. Shell or plastic, you never know.
Here comes Buddy Gross, 8th place, 12 1/4 on the day.
I think it's time for an eagle. We're in the box, man.
We're getting a lot of guys grab their moment on the stage here and exploiting it pretty well.
Yes.
It's a lot of fun to watch.
It's been a great morning of fishing on Bassmaster Live, no doubt about it.
Absolutely. We expect much more to come. Plenty of fishing left on this day number 2. Main thing you got to do today is land yourself in the top 47. That's how you fish on the weekend. We're a long way from that point. That will be decided at the weigh-in coming up about 4:10 Eastern time today. There's the leaderboard right now. Brandon Lester on the 2 top limits of the day, along with Daryl Gleason. They are 1st and 3rd, respectively. Pollinick, Kenta Kimura, LeHue, Christie moving back into the top 6. So lots of movement and lots more to come.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Oh, it's moving day. That's the 2nd day of competition for the full field. You
Yes.
got to be in the cut line. You want to fish on the weekend here. I take ourselves a little more in-depth look at our leaderboard. Let's start with the top 10. Now look at those names: Gleason, Kimura, LeHue, Martin, Gross, all not starting the day in the top 10, but they have moved up into the top 10 during the course of this morning. Of course, we're going to keep going down that leaderboard. Jacob Fouts having fallen out. Matt Robertson, Seth Feider moving up. Brandon Cobb moving up as well.
And this was just one of those strange tournaments where a lot of these anglers that are fishing offshore looking at your top 40, guys like Matt Robertson, Seth Feider, even Brandon Pollinick, who are hanging in that top 15. Coming in this tournament, they were very, very worried about even making the top 40 cut in position. Right now, big time for our semifinal Saturday.
Absolutely. We saw Justin Atkins, who had a big turnaround yesterday. He's going to have to probably do that again today because he's had yet another slower start today. Keith Combs, a slower start for him as well. With Prince.
Yeah.
Secure.
There it is.
Eddie Hot Seat. Oh boy, who's on the hot seat now? Well, the first man out is Rick Clunn. Look at that, Gerald Swindle. Mike Iaconelli, who started down in the 80s today. So his arrow's going in the right direction.
Yeti Hot Seat is dripping lava. It's so hot right now. It is torrid. It is, man.
Torrid is the word, I think.
You get a little bit of both. Some guys dropping down to the cut line, some guys rising way up, and they all meet at that. What is it, Z? The Yeti Hot Seat?
The Yeti Hot Seat.
It's the Yeti Hot Seat.
Lava.
Look out for it. It will be on display at the weigh-in today, 3:10 local time, 4:10 Eastern, right here on Bassmaster.com.
It's staggering every time we have one of these offshore events, how it turns on and off. It is unbelievable.
It's the universal element of fishing, it seems.
Cool to watch Brandon Pollinick today compared to yesterday and his rotation of areas. He has held back a lot of what he weighed in yesterday. He has not even visited those spots yet here on day number 2.
Brandon Lester spent 3 times as much time in his spot today as he did yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Humminbird bird's eye view going to roll up on him right here, I believe. You know that spot, don't you, Ronnie?
Yeah, it has a lot of characteristics of, close to deep
Years
water
past?
but shallow. Yeah, other years. I'm trying to navigate the Z without just saying exactly what it is. But yeah, a lot of different turns and little smaller creek channels that aren't the main river channel, but they all just intertwine around there. It's got a good mix of deep and shallow grass and hard bottom, things like that. And darn it, if there wasn't a little bitty patch of trees on a little piece of land over there in the middle of the water, it would be a lot more hidden than it is, noticeable.
So anybody who's ever been on Pickwick knows exactly where he is.
Yeah.
Maybe if they've been 4 or 5 times, not the first time.
And I remember seeing a lot of guys on that spot last year.
And for the viewers over the next few hours, especially when the current kicks on in the next couple hours, I'll have a good visual at the screen of knowledge, like we have our Humminbird bird's eye view up top, but to show the difference in when there's no current flowing, how the fish position on a ledge underwater versus how when it is flowing, where they reposition and then get grouped up.
Oh,
we have
got
a good,
that video.
We have a good
Okay.
underwater
I look
visual.
forward to that. I'd like to see that.
From years past that we're going to try to
Got to approach it different after that
cranked.
happens, Ronnie?
Well, just
you have to do a different
it just
cast
shows,
or anything?
it just shows how maybe in the mornings, like we see Pollinick and a couple other guys, they all have different cast lineups and different things, and they can all still catch fish. But when it does get pumping in a certain direction, at times it is a one cast, one boat spot that you can't really just fling around anywhere and catch one.
Brandon Cobb in our top 10. So we got 3 of our 4 Brandons in the top 10 right now.
Cobb, Lester, Pollinick, who's the 4th?
Card,
Brandon Card.
So you hear that a lot on the circuit this year. Let's go, Brandon. I'm hearing that a lot.
Oh, gosh.
What?
Brandon Card, the one that's not mentioned, is probably on a short list of guys to pick here as well because he grew up in Tennessee.
Right, Tennessee
and has fished
guy.
quite a bit of the TVA
all the
lakes.
way. Yeah.
Boy, Brian Schmidt, you thought in the first 20 minutes he was going to do some major damage having that little rubble spot to himself. Little hard patch of gravel on the bottom, and he has had it to himself, and it has completely died. Bassmaster Live.
Yes, it is.
First little slack period there. A lot of fish catching in the last 3 hours, though, that is for sure. I've enjoyed every minute of it. Brandon Lester, fast start yesterday, one of the fastest starts today. That is for sure. And unlike yesterday, he's still going after it. He's still fishing actively. Pollinick, Gleason, Kimura, Hugh, Buddy Gross. Big changes up and down the leaderboard and more to come.
Burger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
felt like one for me. Throw.
Okay. Maybe yes, maybe no. Very skinny. Very skinny. Oh man. Very skinny. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Small one. That. Very important. 1.5. I need. But fish coming up. I think a little bit current.
Yeah. It's 10 o'clock now.
Oh yeah. 10. 10 10 is good. I want to eat breakfast time, 10, fish same. Oh, I'm hungry. Oh yeah, I need it, but very important is the limit.
There ain't no way that's a bass. There ain't no way that's a bass. It's gotta be a drum or something. Can't even get them off the bottom. This is not a bass. Acting like a catfish or a drum. Look at the size of that. Look at the size of that catfish. Look at that.
That thing's huge.
Fry him up. Told you they're big down there. Goodness gracious. Ew. That was something there. Goodness gracious.
Are you staying at the hotel that's right by the...
No.
Oh, there's a restaurant in there, man. They got some good
They would have liked that one.
They would have loved what you pulled out.
Oh, maybe bass, maybe bass. I think a bass. Come on. Come on. Oh, man. Come on, 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 come on. Oh no. Fish don't like me. Oh yeah, come on. Come on, come on. Ah, fish escape. Okay. 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 Fish scared. Oh yeah, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Come here. Come here, come here. No. Whoa, big wave. No bite. I can see it. I can see fish, but hopefully this wave will help. Come on. Come on. No help. No. Yeah. Today was a deep. Deep is no good. Maybe my deep spot is no good, I think.
You only have one deep one?
No, I caught all 7 foot, 6 foot today. No deep fish.
Well, haven't been able to get anything going yet. Keep trying a few different places than we fished yesterday. But we're gonna have to start running some better stuff, I think. Just haven't been able to get that timing down yet on a place. haven't seen them anywhere other than where we started, where they've been like real bunched up, looking right. Which makes a big difference. Like new idle place, you can usually tell if you're gonna get bit right away, how aggressive they are based on how they're set up. Makes a big difference. You just gotta spend time gaining confidence and trust in your electronics. We'll run into them eventually today. It can happen so fast. Get them going in the right rotation. Bam, bam, bam. I'd be happy with 2 6s right now. Give us 18. It's kind of my goal today, try to get to at least that 17, 18 pound mark. It's just a matter of where it's gonna happen.
That's what you think it'll take to stay in contention?
I think if I catch like 18, I'll stay in contention. I'll have to make up some more ground, but that at least keeps you in the running where you could go catch 22, 23 again and, you know, kind of make it back up. Let's make a little bit longer run.
Might be catfish or... See something, just hit it. Not bass. Yeah, I mean, just like bump the side of it. Throttle.
God dang, one hit it. Didn't even take it. Cannot believe that. Better I hit one. Come on, fish. So I can just nibble on it. Just give me a little nibble. Do not. One little thing. Props to the guys who can sit on the spot all day. Yeah. God almighty. So I cannot do it. About to go sit on that spot we started on. I know there's some swimming around it. Come on, baby. Reel's making a little noise. I ain't got no reel oil, so that'll work. I ain't never been one to oil a reel. Just dunk it in the water a little. Maybe we should have just smoked that starting hole. Wasn't many down there though. Give them a look at a little swimmer, and then that's all they're getting. I think I got a big one following it. Come on now. go get some gas.
Battery change, I know on mine, battery change.
One right there on the live. Ooh, is he gonna go back to it? I don't know. Yes.
Boom, baby.
Yes, yes, yes.
Bleeding pretty bad.
3-pounder.
3-pounder. Dude, they are stacked. That's how quick it can happen. Of course, he's got in his damn throat.
Just, you know, I knew there was a possibility. Yesterday I had the perfect rotation. Everywhere I wanted to go, I'd catch one. Everywhere I wanted to go, I could fish. And this morning, you know, I had a school that I caught 3 big ones in yesterday, and I didn't think anybody had found it, and they did. And they just put me out of like sorts. I'm fishing behind people the whole time. But I mean, you know that coming into this thing that's gonna happen. Unless you find something just crazy off the wall. There's just not a lot. I mean, everybody has electronics. Everybody idles, including me. You know, but it ain't over yet. We still got 3 or 4 good hours, 5 hours. Just got to find, you know, that's who's going to win, I think, is who can relocate the schools, because they're going to get busted up, and then they're going to set back up somewhere that's not as pressured, and I think that's who's going to win. Unless somebody just has one, you know, off the wall spot that they can sit on for 4 days, and it's just tough to do. Bad part, man, is we ain't got a whole lot of gas left. And I need to probably run back towards the takeoff and then fish my way back up. Nothing. I can move somewhere. And I just don't know where. Or nothing but shell right there.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Well, welcome to the shores of Pickwick Lake here right outside of, not outside of, we're in Counts, Tennessee. Day 2 of the Bassmaster Whataburger Elite at Pickwick Lake, and I am here along the shores of the lake with my good friend J.O. today, and really excited to have you here, J.O. Let's look at the leaderboard right now for the Bassmaster Elite Tournament. Brandon Lester right now, 37 pounds, 10 ounces. Brandon Pollinick, 32.9. Seems like a big lead there, but not such a big lead. We've seen some people just like Brandon Pollinick go on flurries where you certainly know they can make up a lot of ground in a hurry. Daryl Gleason is someone who has certainly made up a lot of ground in a hurry today with a total of 31 pounds, 7 ounces. So let's look at the Toyota midday report here. We're going to start out with Seth Feider. Seth Feider not currently in the top 5 or 6, but we've certainly got to talk about the reigning Angler of the Year, Seth Feider, with the Toyota midday report, because we've seen a lot of him this morning. He's not very far from takeoff. He's not very far from another angler, Brandon Pollinick, real close to Seth Feider there. You see that is Brandon's cameraman. We see a lot of this out on the lake here, J.O. A lot of these anglers fishing close to one another on these ledges. Seth Feider and Brandon Pollinick certainly doing some of that today.
Yeah, I think that's going on pretty much all the way up the lake. The guys have had 3 days to go out there and find the fish that are on particular ledges. So yeah, it's fishing pretty small. You know, we got 50 miles of water.
They seem to get along a lot better, I must admit, than maybe me and some people a little older than me used to get along out on those river ledges. Next person we want to talk about had a great day yesterday. A little bit slower today, but we certainly got to talk about Brian Schmidt. Currently, he's dropped down a little bit to 16th place. Got things done early yesterday. One of the few anglers that had a real solid limit and basically spent probably about half of his day just guarding or protecting the area. Unfortunately, it didn't reload for him overnight as much as he wanted to, but Brian Schmidt having a decent day and a lot of fishing time left for him, no doubt. I guess I'll let you talk about this guy, J.O. Jason Christie, just being Jason Christie. He's known as a shallow water fisherman, but catching these fish yesterday and today offshore.
Yeah, he's the boss, man. It's pretty much shallow deep. I mean, he's like Pollinick or any of those guys. He's gonna find them wherever they are, and he's gonna catch them how they got to be caught. So, yeah, it's no surprise to Jason's momentum that he's up there in the top 12 right now in 11th place.
Reigning Bassmaster Classic champion. Close several times. I think the whole fishing world was rooting for him this past year, and he was able to capture that crown. It didn't come easy for him this year either. It was in question there for a little while, but Jason Christie, I'm sure, enjoying being the reigning world champion of bass fishing and getting it done. A lot of times, I must admit, the year after I won the Classic, I didn't catch as many fish maybe as I should have. I got distracted doing other things, but Jason Christie has been catching them all year just like normal.
Yeah, it's a lot to manage, and obviously he's done that well so far. Journeyman been around a lot. And this guy here, one of our newer guys, he's the talk of the bass world, a lot of it anyway, especially like over in Japan. I mean, personality-wise, fishing, I mean, he's just got the whole package. So.
Yeah, everybody loves Taku Ito, currently in 7th place, having a good tournament. A much slower start for him today. You see him here with a smallmouth, but I heard Zona mention something this morning. You may have been listening, J.O. Taku spent almost a month pre-fishing here. You've got to respect the work ethic and the good positive attitude he has and what he puts into it. And he says smallmouth love him, and I guess the smallmouth on Pickwick Lake love Taku also.
I think they seem to love him pretty much everywhere we go because he does catch smallmouth with a pretty good bit of regularity, and we're heading up north, and he'll probably keep that momentum going up on St. Lawrence and up in South Dakota when we head north.
Speaking of momentum, Brandon Pollinick was leading Angler of the Year coming in this event, and man, the rich just keep getting richer. Currently in 2nd place unofficially. Looking at the Toyota midday report here, Brandon Pollinick, something we talked about, J.O., is catching a lot more fish than most of these other anglers. I talked to quite a few of the anglers that had good weights that were in our top, let's say the top 20, and a lot of those anglers said only caught 6, 7. Keith Combs only caught 8 fish. It's not as easy as it looks, but Brandon Pollinick almost always makes it look easy, whether you're fishing shallow or deep. Here's one thing about Brandon I heard him mention this morning also. This is only the second true ledge fishing tournament he has ever fished in the Bassmaster tournament trip.
Yeah, when you told me that, I was pretty shocked considering how many times we've been on lakes like Gunnersville, up at, of course, Kentucky Lake, just up the way here, and then we've been on Tennessee. He's been on Tennessee River systems, for instance, several times where ledge fishing could have been a deal. It's probably a timing thing where they weren't out there, that he didn't have to be out there, but obviously he made that quick adjustment, and he shows that if it's going to be a ledge deal, he'll catch them on the ledge.
Absolutely. He's very similar to Jason Christie. We talk about their how good they are at certain things, but they're really good at about everything. And here's another angle that certainly has shown over, I'm going to say the last 5 or 6 years, Brandon Lester has come into his own, just seems like getting better and better each and every year. And he's one person that I've been saying for a couple years now, I truly believe we'll see him hold an AOY trophy or a Bassmaster Classic trophy over his head. Brandon Lester, one of the bright young stars, even though he's been fishing elites for a while, certainly one of the younger fishermen, bright young stars that we all love to watch and cover.
You know, if you go back and look at the last, I don't know how you figure these numbers all total, but I don't know of anybody that's been more consistent. If you throw in the opens, which are so competitive now, and the elites, and you look at Brandon Lester's average finish in both of those, which are all, big major events, man, he's got to be, his average finish has got to be up there with the best.
Absolutely, absolutely. And to go along with that, just a super nice guy, somebody you like to be around, him and his whole family. They're big fans of our sport.
Right.
Have always been and always will be. So it's great to see such a good person doing so well here, not only at Pickwick Lake, but just his whole career the last few years. So let's go out on the water, and speaking of nice people and fun to be around, Taku Ito on the water got a lot slower start yesterday. Said he had graphed for almost a month, and he had, I think, about 101 places, and he only fished about 10 of them yesterday. So don't be worried about a little slower start for Taku.
Now you see him hooked up here, and you gotta love watching this guy fight a fish. We'll let him. We'll shut it down here and watch this. It's worth it every time.
Okay. Oh yes. Skinny. Skinny, but good. Yes. Yes. Safe.
Take a look at that again, like you mentioned, J.O. That's you can never get enough of watching. I guess anyone land a fish, but you can see just some anglers just absolutely love every second of it. It is stressful because there's so much on the line, and, with the chance to win a blue trophy anytime you're in contention, and certainly Taku is right now sitting in 7th place unofficially, but this is the reason we get up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
He's one of those early risers too. Over the years, there's a certain number of guys that show up at the ramp early every day.
And he's one of those?
He's always been one of those. Since he's joined the elites, he's usually one of the first ones down there.
Good fish there for Taku. He really, all these anglers are great with their electronics, but you can sense when you see him really, it's like a bird dog. You can tell there's a point, and then there's a point. There's something right there close, and you can tell so many times with Taku when he's about to get a bite. He knows it.
Oh, no.
Right, he's making a you can tell it's a very specific cast that he's making here, so.
One thing I will say, the first year I saw him when we first covered him on the elites, gosh, he finessed fish. I mean, he fought a 3-pound smallmouth would take like 10 minutes to land. He's still very, very gentle and does a great job landing these fish, but he does it. He doesn't play around with them quite as much as he once did.
Yeah, he took care of business pretty quick when we got to have another cliff to the boat. But you're right, yeah, he kind of. And I've honestly, Davey, I've only seen one other guy that fished so differently that it kind of set me kind of. Aaron Martin's fished a different kind of way. When I remember first seeing Aaron fish, you know, he had some mannerisms and some ways that he fished that was totally different than anything I'd ever seen. And, you know, just when you think you've seen everything in the fishing world because you've been around it so much, I see maybe not techniques, but the speed and how I've never seen anybody fish so slow as this guy can sometimes. And it just creeps baits along. Like when we were down at Sabine, the way he caught them down there, I mean, he might move this bait 3 times in a full minute.
Wow. It's interesting you say that. I've never thought about that, but once you brought it up, I totally agree. He does have some, you know, some things that reminds you of Aaron in the way he fishes, and very, very precise and confident in that a bass is looking at his bait every cast.
It's almost like an instinct deal. He knows that they're there, but it's just Aaron, for instance, that one day he would sit in one place. We were on the Sacramento Delta for maybe 45 minutes or an hour and literally walk around the boat making little short pitches. And, of course, everything in me, what I think I know, I'm like, why don't dude move? You know? Right. Well, then he catch 7-pounder after like 45 minutes,
Incredible.
10 feet from the boat. But
here's a guy that has caught a few 7-pounders in a relatively short Elite Series career. If you think about his accomplishments, it's really incredible. But Jason Christie slipped a little bit today, but he was honest with us yesterday, saying, you know, I didn't catch that many. I just caught the right ones. And today they've just gotten a little smaller for him, but a lot of time to fish.
We need to get rid of every single one of them.
And his numbers have certainly been getting better in the last couple hours.
yeah, and you know, this is probably not his favorite way to be out there fishing either, but we got him, he's up there in 11th place right now doing something he's probably not all that enthused about. He'd rather be up there with a jig,
spinnerbait,
throwing a spinnerbait or flipping a jig around some bushes or something like that. But once again, man, if you're gonna make a living out here, you got to be able to do it all.
Yeah, you really do. And we talk a lot about Bill Lowen. I mean, he cashes checks 3/4 of the time, so you can't really knock him. But you could tell yesterday we had a camera on him because he won here the last time we were here.
Right.
But you could tell he was uncomfortable having to go offshore some and then go back to the bank. Ended up having a decent day, but you could tell he wasn't really comfortable in his own skin, so to speak.
Yeah, and, you know, a lot of times when guys win, they're fishing their strength, you know, and everybody's maybe not everybody. There's some people so versatile, but you've got your favorite way that you like to fish. Most people do.
Yep, absolutely. Jason Christie hooked up again.
Yeah, he's got them going now.
Definitely does.
Appears to be.
now.
Haven't seen
Put him on
a
big
lot
side.
of fish caught on crankbaits this week. The pressure, I think, kind of lends itself more to having to slow down a little bit, like you were saying. But I truly believe a lot of these fish were still on the bank a few days ago. I think there's still some on the bank. We talked about that. You saw some this morning in a certain area. But they will be moving out. And those fish, when they first move out, they will, I mean, a crankbait's hard to beat. I don't care if they've, you know, you would think they would get, you know, accustomed to it, but you know, a lipless is still good every February throughout the South, and it will be from now on. And these deep diving crankbaits, when those fish first get out there on those ledges, is always something you should have on your deck.
That big crankbait's a long day, isn't it, Davey?
It sure is. It really is. I mean, it's so easy after you throw it for about 20 minutes. If you hadn't caught one, I said, man, I need to throw that Carolina rig a little bit.
Yeah, pull them
really
out.
Is.
And they
box here.
have probably moved again.
How's Robertson doing so far?
A little slower day for him today, a little slower day, but I mean, what a 4-box you got.
Look at that.
Jason Christie, the reigning World Championship Bassmaster Classic winner. Brandon Pollinick, leading angler of the year, always in contention, it seems, no matter where we are. And then 2 of the best Tennessee River fishermen, Brandon Lester and Matt Robertson. That's a pretty cool 4-box right there.
Lester, he told one of our riders, Steve Wright, he told Wright yesterday when he interviewed him that He learned to ledge fish here in Guntersville. You know, he's a Tennessee guy, but he doesn't live that far from, especially Guntersville, but that's when he grew up. Decided he needed to learn how to fish ledges. This is where he came. Wow. And said that he really thought there were some years there when he first did. This lake here was probably the best kept secret of all these lakes down here. That, I mean, he and that's probably when Guntersville was really good. I mean, you know, these lakes have cycles, you know, as we know. And, but
they really do, and I don't know if anyone really knows exactly what makes them cycle. Mother Nature, I think man has a little play in it with, you know, spraying and, you know, carp and, you know, herbicides, that sort of thing, maybe a little bit, but I think they always have and always will cycle for, you know, big rains, dirty water will kill off a lot of your vegetation, or drought with a lot of clear water, vegetation will really boom. I think there's a lot of factors, but it's good that they cycle, so to speak. Speaking of cycling, Jason Christie is catching fish, but his fish have cycled from really nice to a little bit smaller.
Yeah, you can see that's a pretty cookie cutter right there with those three he's got. So, you know, he's calling ounces right now, which is, hey, in a tournament like this, after seeing all those, I know it just seemed like to me every time they called a weight out, it was 15, 16 pounds over and over and over again. So you're getting down to make the cut. It's probably going to be some guys going to get bumped by 2 or 3 ounces, and that'll make you think about a little bit more accurate going at the end of the day, probably.
Good shot there with our Humminbird bird's eye view, circling around with the Humminbird bird's eye view around Jason Christie. Got a few people around him. I know when we were out there earlier, some of those boats were fishing, you know, Seth Fighter and Pollinick and Corey Johnson, and I could name off 8 or 10 other little small groups of people that were basically all making the same cast, but from a little different direction.
I think it was Chad Morgenthaler that got on stage yesterday talking about making the same cast, fishing close to one another. He and I can't remember the other angler that was, you know, you're talking about fishing side by side, caught the same catfish.
Really?
On the same cast. They both had the same catfish hung.
That was incredible. I don't know how you would really settle that if you were fishing for supper. I guess whoever had the strongest line, it would be their catfish. I guess that'd be about the only way to settle that. Let's take a look at our leaderboard before we go to a short break. Got to look at that leaderboard, and atop the leaderboard for most of the day and part of the day yesterday, Brandon Lester, 37 pounds, 10 ounces. Taku Ito, 34-15. Brandon Pollinick leading Angler of the Year and having another great tournament here. Top 3 right there. You look all the way down the list. John Cox in 10th place. He always seems to find a way to catch him. We'll be back for the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake in just a few minutes.
Hey guys, Justin Atkins here. We just got done day 1 here at Pickwick Lake. I got my nephew, Clay Walker, with me, and today went really good. We caught a lot of fish. I waited till that water came on, moved around on a few shallow places that had some schools on them, and my favorite way to pick those fish off is just with a black Berkeley power worm. That did all the damage today. We've got carnage down here in the bottom of the boat. There's black power worms laying everywhere, so that's always a good sign that it was a good day. Hopefully they keep running a little bit of water. We can keep moving around, getting on some of these places, and if we can get a few big bites every day, maybe we can make a long week out of this.
Good to hear from Justin Atkins there. An angler, one of the pre-tournament favorites, and caught him really good yesterday. A little slower day for him today, but we saw people, including Brandon Pollinick, recover and make most of his weight, catch most of his weight late in the day. So here we are back, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. Day 2, Counts, Tennessee. Got us a good 4-box going on here. Brandon Pollinick, Brandon Lester, Taku Ito, and Jason Christie. I think Brandon Lester's hooked up just in time for us. No, maybe not.
I think he thought he was too there for a minute.
We've all been fooled like that.
Looks like they all out there in the middle, Davey.
Yeah, they really are. Yesterday morning when I saw Bill Lowen as you say, out there in the middle is a great way to describe it. I'm thinking, boy, the shallow water bite is really tough. So
you know, all is lost up on the bank when you see lower.
Absolutely. See if we can hear a little bit from Jason Christie, currently sitting in 3rd place. Had a slow start this morning, but has definitely moved right back up there where he is so accustomed to being.
Oh, he's up in 3rd since the break, so yeah, taken care of. It changes fast with weights is close too.
Oh yeah.
You know, ounces really start to matter on these kind of tournaments.
Absolutely, absolutely. It was a Tennessee River tournament, a Gunnersville tournament. I'm sure you were there. I was fishing. It took 43 pounds to make the 50 cut. But like at 45 pounds, you were in 25th place. It was an incredible event. But it was an ounce between places. Absolutely incredible. I think we.
And some people went home with a lot of good weight.
Oh my gosh! I mean, to catch 20 pounds a day and drive home without a check, and they pay half the field is. I mean, that's the heaviest weight tournament I can remember in my career. Maybe Falcon, but I don't think it took quite that. Falcon was heavier on the top end, but I don't think it took. That I could be wrong. It's one of those two tournaments, but I do specifically remember the one.
I mean, I'm fully committed to.
I know.
To what I'm doing. That little spot that I'm starting on every morning, hopefully it'll reload. If it doesn't, I'll probably have a pretty tough time because it seems to be the only spot that I have to myself, you know, but it's easy to get discouraged out here when you're ledge fishing because you'll go hours and not catch any, and then all of a sudden you hit the right place at the right time when they decide they want to feed. And you can get right in a hurry, that's for sure. So, no, I'm not going to switch anything up, just going to keep running places, and I still got a couple places I hadn't been to yet to check, but we'll see how it goes. Just looking for a big one right now.
You hear him talk about what he's got planned here at the end of the day, and you know, when you're rolling like he is, decision making is is where he's really making the right moves and all. Pretty much.
What do you mean?
You see these guys that get on these roads.
Oh, yeah.
It's like everything they decide to do is the right thing.
I fish here. I mean, I'm
totally agree.
I'm
totally
2 hours and 15 minutes from here, so I mean, I wouldn't consider this my home lake or anything, but I'm close enough that I've definitely spent some time over here. I love this lake. I like it a lot. That might be a bass there. Yeah. Well, he ate it good.
Yeah, what you were saying there, J.O., it really is all about making decisions. And when things are going good for you, you trust those decisions and your instincts. And I've been on both sides of that coin. You've seen it for many, many years. You've been on it, I'm sure, tournament fishing throughout the country. Whether you fish at a local level or you fish the Bassmaster Elites or whatever, there's times when you trust your instincts and things are all going good, and there's times when you don't, and they just seem to compound and go the other way. Because all these guys at this level, they've all got good boats and motors and rods and reels and baits and electronics, and they've all got that. And with today's electronics, they all know when they're around fish. It's just trusting where to be.
You know, if I was lucky enough to make the weekend, I'd probably stick it out here again.
You trust landing those fish.
There's big fish, you know, with the live scope. There's no denying what you're looking at, and the quality that I've caught here. You know, yesterday I didn't even fish it in the peak, you know, the peak of the afternoon bite, and you know, they get the moving current pretty good. These fish get set up. you know, hopefully this afternoon will prove my theory. You know, if we crush them this afternoon, then yes, like we're gonna stay here. You know, we got a huge flat adjacent to us that a lot of fish live on. They're done spawning, they want to get out here in the current. This is like primo, you know, current break for them to set up. You know, we got a little rock pile and then another little rock pile and a high spot in between. They could set up here and just ambush all day long, but they're current driven, man. You know, seems like we could get lucky and get a bite or two early, and then you gotta put your hard hat on, and hopefully, you know, later in the day they'll wake up.
Gosh, where'd you go, fish?
Good to hear what Brian Schmidt's thinking there. Sounds like he's got a lot of confidence that he can still catching some quality fish this afternoon.
I'm pretty much dedicated to this.
Yeah, I guess after 1 o'clock, when
unless I just all of a sudden see him like schooling on the bank somewhere when we're running between places. But I mean, I pretty much dedicated all my time in practice to this offshore bite, just because I thought it would give me the best chance to win. I knew you could cut a check up shallow, but I felt like this was my best chance to win. And if you're not fishing to win, what's the point? So I'll stick to this. I mean, as long as I got self-service, so I can make sure when mama calls and baby's on the way, I can leave. But I mean,
that's a unique
I'll just keep
factor.
grinding away out here. I mean, it can happen so fast. Saw some of those flurries that happened yesterday. You just got to get that timing right, get on the right places at the right time, and then just hope that you can trigger those bigger bites. I feel like if they get set up on the places correctly, I feel like I know how to get those bigger bites, but it's just a matter of whether or not they get set up, you know. That's something that we can't control. We just got to adjust to it if need be. We can't control the current, right? I mean, their feeding windows and stuff are so dictated by a lot of that current. And they just started flowing it. So I think that last probably 2 hours is going to be crucial.
You know,
I think we'll have enough
to on the last
to
cast
fish
yesterday.
tomorrow.
Was it the last cast?
The last cast.
Good. That was really all I could ask for coming into this event with the situation that we're in. Like, just let me at least fish the first 2 days and make the weekend so that if I have to leave, I can't finish any worse than 47th, right? At least at that point. So you can't ask for more than that. But man, I'd like to make it to Sunday.
If you're just joining us and don't know exactly what Brandon's talking about, his wife is expecting their first child. I think she might be a day overdue or so. I've heard different stories there. I haven't talked to Brandon about the exact day, but I know she is due right now.
Give me an update.
And he has said that he's going to leave and go see their first child born, which would be awesome, but it'd be very difficult. You and I talked about it a little bit earlier, Jay. I think you had a perfect answer.
I get
just
the
whatever the wife
and that
prefers, whatever she wants
deep.
To stay
So
for the men or to be there with her.
I can't get
All
a
I
bite.
know is what
deep fishing.
J.O. would pretty much
I try.
I think that's
Maybe
going to be a
current
different
is
kind of
that.
deal for just about anybody. I know what I would
Fish
do,
goes
and
in
I
the
know what my
deep.
wife would say,
Or,
but, you know, that's
so deep
us,
fish,
and that's,
maybe a
But,
little
you know,
bit.
if you remember, he won Angler of the
So-
Year with a 105th place finish. So
Eat up
if he
right, I
makes the,
think.
which it looks like he's going to do, he's going to fish the weekend. I mean, he won't have
No,
near
chance
the
time.
catastrophic finish that he had the year that he won Angler of the Year.
I need
His
it,
worst finish.
but I lost.
And we're going up north, and
ain't backing down up there. It's going to be tough on him up there to catch him.
I have a bunch of spots. Hopefully, I want to get big bite. If I will find a school, I can get a bunch of fish, I think.
Taku always taking his time, rigging everything just perfectly. Another thing that reminds you of Aaron Martin's. A lot of similarities, like you mentioned there, J.F.
The meticulous way he handles his tackle and his boats set up.
Absolutely. So let's check out the leaderboard. It's been moving a little bit here. Other than first place, Brandon Lester has been holding on to the first place spot. Still with 37 pounds, 10 ounces. We just talked to him, and he said that he's looking for that one big bite. Taku Ito in second place. Jason Christie with a very slow start this morning, 32 pounds in third place. And Brandon Pollinick with a very fast start this morning, currently sitting in fourth place. We'll be back in just a minute or two here at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite Series at Pickwick Lake. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Welcome back to Pickwick Lake, Counce, Tennessee. I'm here. I'm joined by the legendary James Overstreet, J.O., who has seen so many bass tournaments, not only on Pickwick Lake, but so many other lakes throughout the country, all over the country. But we are certainly glad to be here. We're at the takeoff right now here at Pickwick Lake. One of the most legendary river systems, no doubt about it, the Tennessee River. Take a look at TH Marine weather right here. Perfect day today, and another one tomorrow. High of 85 degrees tomorrow, low of 59. That'll be a nice, cool morning tomorrow morning, sunny. It really is just setting up to be the perfect ledge fishing tournament. So whether you like to fish out offshore or not, you probably have to be doing it here this week. And then Sunday, TH Marine Weather Watch, high of 87 degrees, low of 67, a little warmer on Sunday morning than tomorrow, partly cloudy, but just a good time of year to have a tournament here. A lot of fish should be continuing to move offshore each and every day, and it's a long way from over, J.O. We've seen the leaderboard shake up a lot already today.
Oh, yeah, it's really a long way from over, Davey. I mean, you got to figure Brandon catches that 6'2".
He just stopped it out there.
We're hooked up right
Got him
now.
one
It
now.
doesn't feel
Might
that
be
big
six.
now.
Go ahead.
Oh, he's little. Holy cow. He just stopped it. Freight trained it.
But yeah, I don't think I think it's another fish. He's one of the few anglers we saw Jason Christie earlier, but he's catching a fair amount of his fish on a crankbait.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be relying on current either, like these so many of our other guys are.
I mean, bigger frame.
He and Lester and a few of those guys that are managing to stay up there in the top 10, they figured out how to catch these fish midday before. They're not waiting until 1 o'clock to. Now their bite may get better for them.
Yeah, you mentioned he caught that 6 pounder on his last cast yesterday, but he had one of the earliest limits yesterday. So you're right. I mean, he was able to catch it all day long. That DT-16 there. A lot of them have come on a swim bait on a Tokyo rig, and then a spoon sometimes when he really gets them going.
I walked around on the dock this morning and shot some photos of people's rigs laid out on their decks. You know, you see a lot of the same. Obviously, ledge fishing, type baits, a lot of big crankbaits. See some spoons every now and then, a lot of jigs, that sort of thing. Typical baits you'd see off for deep offshore fishing.
So did you see anything on? Because I like doing that just for just curiosity. Did you see anything yesterday morning or this morning really surprised you that somebody might be throwing offshore, or nothing probably surprised you? You've seen it all.
Yeah, I think the only thing that really kind of impressed me the most, I guess, and I'm probably going to run this in the gallery at some point, is just how many crankbaits Brian knew had tied on.
Really?
On one side. Of course, you know, if you've seen the way he lays his, you know, he learned to lay his rods and all out in a certain way, and he's really orderly about it. And when you look down there and see like 10 deep diving crankbaits all side by side, it's kind of impressive, actually.
Yeah, it really is. I did actually notice his deck yesterday morning. He had, I think, 14, maybe 16 on the front deck, and he had at least another dozen sitting beside the passenger seat there.
Oh, yeah, he got the co-angler spot, too, hooked up with rods that are rigged up, too. So now this guy right here, now old Robertson, he'll put on a little bit of a show, but now he's for real out on these ledges. Don't think this guy is serious out there.
I could sense that yesterday morning. Actually rode down to the ramp with him yesterday morning, and you could just sense, like you say, he's fun and he can cut up with the best of them. But you could tell he was serious yesterday, even yesterday morning, yesterday on the way in. He's certainly taking this serious, and it was no surprise to see him leading the event yesterday.
I mean, this is his deal. He's just up the way here, and that's where his claim to fame's up there on those ledges in Kentucky Lake. I mean, if you follow him on social media, he laid out he calls it wood, I guess. He laid that wood out there, and around the launch here, he's sitting in, and he self-proclaimed king of that ledges up there, I guess. And it looks like with all that wood he got gathered up there.
Right. Here we go with Taku Ito hooked up.
I need one more.
Officially in
bigger.
Second place. See him using a lot of soft plastics.
Smallmouth.
I don't know if I've seen him with a crankbait so far. Might want to be one of the few in the top 10 that we've not seen throw one at all. I'm sure he's got some tied on. Maybe we just missed it.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of looked his boat over a bit this morning, too, and, you know, man, he's just so good at these finesse tactics and all. He just figures out ways to catch him where everybody else is cranking. He does his deal, you know. And it works.
Yeah, it does. I keep remembering at the Classic, the final day, when so many people, you know, by day 3, you start, you know, you beat your places up and all, but he went on a flurry on day 3 of the Classic, move up leaderboard, but he caught so many cookie cutter fish that were only helping him an ounce or maybe not even helping him an ounce, but he was waylaying them on the final day of the Bassmaster Classic. And he says he's got 90 spots after yesterday that he had not even fished yet. He only fished about 10 of his 100-plus spots that he had found with 30 days of pre-fishing. And when we say pre-fish, if you're not familiar with the rules, that pre-fish has to be so far in advance that it really, he's just learning the lake. He's just graphing, and he's looking for isolated cover and hard bottom and that sort of thing. But to spend that much time is absolutely incredible and shows his dedication to the sport.
I don't know that it's been put out there so much but speaking with my friend, our Japanese photographer Seigo Sato, you know, Taku was a bank fisherman over in Japan, and so it's
been pretty slow today.
To learn so fast and climb the ladder
a lot less water.
so fast like he's done
and
I don't know what his ceiling is.
A lot of these fish I'm fishing are current-based
so
fish,
fast.
And it's hard for me just to set on a school. I know a lot of guys do. And this wasn't the biggest school right here. This is where I found the bigger fish. And, yeah, I mean, if I make it to tomorrow, yeah, I mean, I probably won't change it up a whole lot. I'll probably work my way up here instead of, you know, doing what I did today, coming up and going down. I mean, I've run an hour and a half in the first 5 hours, but then again, that's how I like to fish, so this sitting here on a spot like this waiting for them isn't my cup of tea, so, you know, regardless if what happens, you know, fished how I like to fish. I like to run and gun. I don't like to set nowhere, but I do know that once this water gets moving a little more, I'll probably catch a few more here.
I know you're about to shake. cover their eyes. They won't
see Pollinick here, one that might help him a little bit.
Yep.
He's thinking it could. Josh Douglas slid up into the top 10 with sixth.
Another angler that really no surprise to see him doing well here.
He kind of got his feet under him now, it seems. You know, the second half of the season, he's first year on the Elite Series and journeyman, been around fished opens for years, worked his way up, worked hard.
I just needed an audience.
And, good to see
been
Josh.
So long since I've seen you, you're just good luck
getting
now.
gathered up and fishing better.
Now, if it'd be like a 6-pounder, we'd be talking.
You're exactly right, though, J.O. It's incredible how many fish from early morning to the last cast yesterday, and he's doing the same thing today. Brandon Pollinick is just catching more fish with a lot of different baits than anyone else we've had a camera on.
I think.
Now, granted, some of these other anglers are backing off, like a Brandon Lesser yesterday, Brian Smith, but I guess if he thinks he's going to get a phone call, they might have to leave. He's not worried about burning them.
No, and you know, and I thought today, you know, how's the weekend going to change what these guys are doing today? I mean, you got to figure there's probably going to be plenty of local help out there tomorrow. A lot of recreational boats. There'll be a lot of people just fishing. So,
found
the better one.
Jack and
one hook. He's not that big, but he should help.
He had one hook in that last one.
Nope. That's not what you want.
You could almost see that coming.
You about to see
that wasn't your fault.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that one was.
That one definitely would have helped. They're loaded up right there.
Yeah, when the bait looks like it's 6 inches out in front of their
get one of them
lips,
fivers.
that's not ever a good
That's
sign.
never good. They got that last one there with one hook, and that in there never got him. Here he goes.
Fish
Rolled
there.
it.
As always, it's the one that looks like it definitely would have helped him. Not a giant, but certainly would have helped. And
just like that.
Come on,
cool
don't
new
leave, girl.
color that
Don't
he's
leave.
throwing there. It's called Big Shad.
Big Shad.
They were swimming.
Good name
before.
for a bait.
Yeah, they keep moving
Tennessee River, no doubt.
Gosh dang it.
You probably got a few of them, don't you?
I do have a couple of them. You're exactly right.
You see Brandon and Brandon just whining, man. Yeah, Robertson, he's changed up too. They're cycling through. I mean, you see these other guys, they cycling through a few baits.
That's right. It's all part of this type of fishing. There's so many tournaments where you see anglers, especially in the shallow water, they'll have maybe 6 rods on the front deck and only use 2 of them all day long. But these type tournaments
and
is
the whole
key
school's
to
like,
give these
we're
fish
done.
a lot of different looks.
I haven't been out there on this thing and all that much. What's the ledges here top out at? What kind of depth are we?
It's very interesting. That's a great question. When I was asking, when I rode
I knew that
some
if I could
yesterday
get through
afternoon,
Florida, I liked the rest of the schedule. Just the times of the years we were going to places. I felt good about it. This one was kind of a curveball for me, but I felt good about it. So when I had 2 good events in Florida, I was like, oh, we got a chance. I've never came out of Florida with 2 checks. So that was a huge confidence booster. But I told myself at the beginning of the year, catch them good enough so if you have to miss Pickwick, it won't cost you the Classic. And that's what we've been trying to do all year. Just catch them good enough so if I had to leave to see that baby, we were going to be in good enough shape. Where y'all going? Where y'all going? Right there.
J.O., I want to say thank you. I think we're about to be done with our little hour out here on Bassmaster Live. I appreciate James Overstreet for being here with me. So much knowledge. You've seen so much while you were fishing or while you've been covering these tournaments. So much knowledge. I really appreciate it, J.O.
Enjoyed it, David. Thanks, Brad.
You bet. Check out the leaderboard. Brandon Lester's still atop, 4 pounds above, about 4 pounds above Taku Ito, Brandon Pollinick, Jason Christie, Jacob Fouts. We're here at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Pickwick. A lot more to come. The best bite is usually in the afternoon.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
3 more hours of fishing time for the anglers in the first flight among our 91 who are out there fishing on day number 2, moving day at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. And here's the way it stands right now. Brandon Lester had a great start yesterday, a fast start again today, and he remains on top. Taku Ito, who did not start so quickly, had a turnaround, turned his day around, tucked in there in second place. Pollinick, Christie, Fouts all regaining some ground into the top 10, so lots of movement up and down that leaderboard. Mark Zona, how about our Yamaha midday report to catch everyone up? And let's start with our reigning Bassmaster Progressive Angler of the Year.
Why don't we do that, Seth Fighter? And all this is just a gratuitous fish catch from Brandon Pollinick's boat, but it's a darn good one to throw in this Yamaha midday report. Seth Fighter, coming into this derby, was a little bit worried, said he's going to be scratching to catch a limit. Weighed in a solid limit yesterday, could tell he was in a good mood and backed it up with a big flurry today from Brandon Pollinick's boat. And that's been the theme of day number 2, guys going on flurries, which we thought would happen coming into this tournament. Somebody else who really, this interesting situation with Brian Schmidt. He is fishing one very, very small main river spot here on Pickwick Lake. Brian Schmidt doing a lot of damage on day number 1 with a drop shot. Had only one contestant, Taku Ito. If you just look over Brian's head right there, that was Taku Ito off shallow. And we thought this morning Brian Schmidt would definitely do a lot of damage. Catches this big one to start. And then it's just kind of died off. He's had a little more competition in that little 20 to 30 yard stretch. He's got 3 in the live well, all solid fish for Brian Schmidt. Needs to just kind of lock in and finish his limit, Brian Schmidt. 3 fish unofficially for 10 pounds.
Got a lot of confidence in that spot, though. Jason Christie, though, what a great day. Day number 1, 22 pounds and 2 ounces, and just could not. It took him forever to get it going this morning.
It absolutely did. Jason Christie, eerily scary, unfinished business like Tommy.
Yeah.
Talking about Justin Atkins yesterday, a slow start for Jason Christie, getting the ball rolling, doing a lot of dragging for a while. Really, Jason Christie, all of his work on day number 1, that 22-pound stringer, was done fishing by about 9 a.m. Looks like he's going to have to fish all the way through day number 2.
Jason Christie now 5 fish and really about half of what he caught yesterday, but he's got plenty of time. It seems to have the arrow moving in the right direction now.
Yeah, it went from dire straits to a flurry that put him right back into where he needed to be in the top 15, top 10 or so. It can happen just like that. When you either pull up on a school of fish at the right time or that current starts rolling through your area at the right time.
So Jason Christie looking to continue to improve through the afternoon. Let's talk about Taku Ito. 22 pounds and 1 ounce on day number 1. A stunning day number 1, and for him also a slow start.
Yeah, and if you really look at Taku's day 1, one giant fish on a jerkbait, caught a couple keepers on a jerkbait, but one that he brought to the scale, and then he would back it up, doing a lot of finesse fishing. And what was interesting, Tommy, a lot like Jason Christie, very, very slow, painful grind for Taku this morning. Got a little traction going now, though. Taku just under 13 pounds. All of that pretty much done with a spinning rod.
Had fallen out of the top 10 for a brief period of time, though. But as you say, turn it around, getting it done, getting back into second place as it stands right now.
Good one right there. That is a critical bass while we were gone for our midday break.
So Brandon Pollinick, one of the big stories here. Of course, he's the leader, Progressive Angler of the Year points. Coming in here, retaining that league, although he might be a short timer for reasons that are going on back home. We'll talk about that later.
In all honesty, though, he's on house money. He has done his job. Everything has worked out at home. And, you know, if he has to leave, you could say that he has definitely saved a lot of points that will more than likely still have him. I don't know the simple math of this. I'm sure Such and Ronnie do, but if you really look at the last 48 hours, he has put the pedal down and put himself not only in a great position for Angler of the Year, but if he's able to stick around for Saturday and maybe Sunday, pretty good shot to win this event as well.
Just like he did yesterday, catching probably more numbers than anyone else that we have cameras on, that is for sure. Just hasn't had the size quite show up yet, so he's spending this afternoon looking for a big one or two.
Yeah.
Brandon Pollinick currently in third place right now. And Brandon Lester started the day a few positions back, had the early lead yesterday. Lester with 21 pounds and 6 ounces yesterday, and went to that same spot and got to work and stayed at work a lot longer.
Yeah, and that shallow bar that he caught really all of his weight in the first hour of competition. Day one of this tournament, starting there today, and he said it will not take. It's a one cast spot, looking at about 4 to 6 feet of water. A lot of his work, Strike King 4.0 crankbait, a little bit of a football jig, then really backed it up with a spinning rod and caught an obnoxious amount of 2.5 pounders. Seems like there's just a big number of fish on that spot. The big story is going to be with the Brandon Lester is, will he have that spot to himself tomorrow? Because obviously it is reloading and reloading well. Yamaha midday report.
And it's one of those things he could run there, you know, and try to go there straight off, but with as far as they are from takeoff to his first starting location, plenty of people already waiting.
There's a ton of fish on this spot right here. A lot of it's white bass, but I know there's some big bass here too. I've caught some big ones here in the past. I hate to leave because I have caught a couple of largemouth and I know they're here. I'm getting just enough bites to keep me here. But we're not gonna stay here much longer. We're gonna run around and see what else we can get on. If I could catch one more 5 or 6 pounder, get up there around 20 pounds, I'd feel really good. But we'll see. Came off. It was felt like one.
It was really interesting to watch Davey and the ever so soothing monotone voice of James Overstreet throughout that midday break. And Tommy, there's something really interesting to watch in this tournament is when you always hear about timing and lulls out on the ledges on any of the Tennessee River, just not Pickwick. You see those massive lulls, and you see Matt Robertson, who's as good as anybody in the field fishing this style. You see that, you know, where you start to lose your mind a little bit. You start to get frustrated. You got to see that a little bit with Jason Christie, to where, you know, it takes 5 casts when that water moves the right way over one of these little sweet spots. But you could really see, you know, when it was live mix from 10 a.m. Central Time to 11, you could see it was weighing on a lot of guys that were covering today and jacking with their head.
Yeah, you might have wondered why we didn't have our day one leader, Matt Robertson, in our Yamaha midday report. Well, he's just got a couple of fish today. He's fallen down into the 20s, but Man, I have no doubt he's going to make the cut. He was talking about it with a little bit of doubt a few minutes ago, but he's going to make the cut, and he's got 2 more days to right the ship there. He's just going to, and he may climb back into the top 10 before we get done here today, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Had some optimism in his voice, waiting for that current to come on, knowing that that's a major thing for him. It's weird to see Matt Robertson with a spinning rod in his hand.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something I don't know if I've ever seen. So it's weird to see him on a Tennessee River Lake not power fishing.
All right, Z, on the Angler of the Year lead, Brandon Pollinick is 3rd. John Cox has climbed up to 9th place from 33rd. He started 20 points ahead. He's down in Bay Springs, and guess what else happened down in Bay Springs?
What's that, Such?
Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the event. Tyler Rivette, a 7-pound, 8-ounce. He's got 16.9 on the day. He's climbed from 63rd to 21st right now.
So continue your AOY point.
Well, if Pollinick were to leave, he could lose to Mr. Cox.
Yes,
obviously.
because Cox is coming
right.
today.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
He's up 20
really,
points
with
today.
John Cox's final hour yesterday, he caught 2 very important fish to even have what he had and be inside the cut. He was the whole day was around 70th place.
That was a little one or what? That was really weird. Must have been a little one or something.
Brian Schmidt, just like Brandon Lester, started his day with a 5-pounder, and then only 2 more, much smaller since then, but he gave us a kind of a rousing speech about why he believes in that spot right there, and he's going to tough it out there, I think.
Also, Jay Shakurit has a limit. He's at 45th right now, and he may regain the Rookie of the Year lead.
Those must be carp. I have to slide up a little.
Well, I'll let you, Matt Robertson is absolutely talking to himself. He had a lot of confidence coming into today's competition.
First couple of places Matt hit, he said, you know, they're here. I just can't get them to bite today.
Looking at the TVA readouts on what
how did I get stuck?
What their average hourly discharge is. We look at it from a daily total, and daily they're like, oh, it's going to be an average of 30,000 or so. But that's because it's as low as 18,000, as high as 60,000. But at noon, it finally broke 40,000, and they're discharging 46,000 out of Wilson into Pickwick, which should maybe make this next. I mean, by 1 o'clock, we should.
It
should make its way to some of those areas. Yeah. And we talked about this during a break, Tommy. It's also important to, when you're checking the readouts of what discharge and current generation for your lake that you're on, if it's on a chain, you have to look what's leaving your lake as well, because if it's coming in at 40, but it's leaving at 40, you're not going to feel it nearly as much as if it was just coming in, you know what I'm saying?
But you feel it twice as much if they're sucking it out and pushing it in,
twice as much. They're only sending 27,000 to Kentucky Lake, and they're bringing in 46,000.
Nailing it. I'm loving it.
Well, the storms here made it milder temperatures, and their high today is only low 80s.
Would you say
it's been in the
it's supposed
90s?
to be like 59 tonight?
Yeah, 59 tonight. That's what the TH Marine forecast told us this morning. Very pleasant.
Clear overnight, yeah.
Yeah, low humidity. It was kind of sultry yesterday.
Yeah.
Boy, Pollinick is going to be hard to stop in the Angler of the Year. Even if he has to go home this evening, he is going to be hard to stop the places we're going.
Yeah.
Brandon Lester is going to be a good one to watch as well the rest of the year. See
Yep,
him
absolutely,
falter,
sure,
and then
absolutely.
Oahi's going to be really the wild card for Cox, Lester, and Pollinick.
Pollinick was 21st there. He had a good tournament in Hawaii. He's won at St. Lawrence.
I'm going to hit you with a little Striker Daily trivia now before we head off to a quick break. Here's the question. For whom was Pickwick Lake named? Was it General Beauregard Pickwick, Senator Thomas Pickwick, Orville Pickwick, or Samuel Pickwick? Okay, which one of Colonel Beauregard Pickwick, Senator Thomas Pickwick, Orville Pickwick, or Samuel Pickwick? A, B, C, or D?
Sam over here. I don't know how he gets in the mix.
Think about it. Chew on it. Try to get all your Pickwicks straightened out, and we'll be right back with the answer.
Historical Tim Pickwick.
Hey guys, Brian Schmidt here. Just got done with day one, Bassmaster's Elite on Lake Pickwick. You know, it's all current driven. You know, this morning I was able to get on a spot I knew had some fish. Nobody else got on it, which is a blessing on Lake Pickwick right now. Not a lot of current in the morning. Was able to catch 2 in the morning and then had to wait. And once they started moving current, they got set up and I was able to catch 6 keepers off of this spot. Caught them all on this, the magic worm from Missile and John's Juice, drop shotting, you know, very finessey bite. Even on these bigger fish, they're hard to catch. So, you know, tomorrow, hopefully we'll get on this spot and we're gonna stay there all day and hopefully make it happen.
Brian Schmidt.
Wow.
Giving us the insider look at what he's doing out there and what he's devoted to doing for the rest of the day. He told us that as well. Our Striker Daily Trivia question, all about Pickwick Lake. For whom was Pickwick Lake named? Was it General Beauregard Pickwick, B, Senator Thomas Pickwick, C, Orville Pickwick, or D, Samuel Pickwick? Or was it a guy named Donnie Pickwick Jr.? We'll throw that out there as
I
number
knew he
5.
was in my high school.
Donnie.
He was in my high school.
Okay, Z, what do you think?
Tommy, this will amaze you. I actually hang around some of his kin. That current Cornelius Pickwick is what he calls himself, from Counts, Tennessee. He is a relative of a General Beauregard Pickwick.
All right, so an A.
Say Beauregard.
All right, Ronnie.
I'll go A, but I really want it to be C because I miss Orville from last week.
I'll go D, but
Oh,
okay.
wow.
There we go. I just got it in time.
Sam.
Samuel Pickwick, the postmaster in little town of Pickwick. They had a post office, and he named the city there, and his lake got named
Pickwick.
So if there's ever a
The
random
Pickwick
lake
Papers.
pops up
Papers.
around St. Louis, you could possibly have the Suchwick.
Yes, there's a river in
Suchwick.
Russia going out in the Pacific with the same spelling as my last name.
Oh,
and a
yeah.
town in Czechoslovakia, or Czech Republic.
That's where your roots stem from, right?
No,
Let's get out to Brandon Paul.
Yeah.
Slovakia.
Still hanging in there, 3rd place. Had a limit for a long time.
There's some over there. Yeah. You got white bass or something? What do I got? Oh, it came off, whatever it was. I think it was a white bass. I don't know though.
Lining up his rod.
A bunch of fish sitting right there that don't look like white bass.
Z, I got a
look like when we caught 28 pounds at Lake Florida.
NFA.
Okay.
A no fish alert. Confirmed. Confirmation.
That fish wasn't that big though.
Keith Combs with 0 still confirmed.
Oh, no.
Wow.
That is.
Oh my.
After
gosh.
19-1 yesterday.
Brian Schmidt hooked up. Need some kind of music for the NFAs.
Positive, Ronnie. Give me trouble.
Looks like a small keeper right there. And noticing Brian Schmidt getting off that primary spot. It looks like.
He's gonna die too, dude. But better than what we had.
Well, it's going to be number 4 for Brian Schmidt. Been a long time since number 3.
Could be a pack of
Schmidt back in the top
smallmouth swimming
10.
through too.
Kenta Kimura, 4-pounder, just got him to 14.8. And then our top 10 at 7, Schmidt's fish, pushed him to 4th.
14.8's pretty sporty on this day.
Yeah, how many 20-pound bags are we going to have? Any?
1.
Ronnie says 1. Somebody's going to have to catch some nice ones. I mean, who's the closest there?
I was reeling it up.
Daryl
Someone
Gleason.
followed on live. They're on it.
Nah, he ain't that big. Gosh, look at the one behind it.
Where'd you go?
Jeez.
Swimmer time.
Go get set back up. Go on. What the heck? Why did you guys push over there?
I'm actually I'm fishing a bar right here and I'm throwing at targets almost like how we smallmouth fish with the live scope. You know, these fish are just roaming up and down these flats and it seems like you gotta get that drop shot right in front of them. You gotta let it sit. For me anyway, I haven't been able to crank them up and all that kind of stuff, but I'm looking for actual fish. And every once in a while you get in front of one, you can actually watch them go down and eat it, just like they do, smallmouth fishing. It's very tedious. You know, much rather be throwing baitcaster equipment and boat flipping big bass, but something about the Tennessee River, man, they are some of the most educated fish on the planet. And you got to break out all the tricks. Not that we have a lot of tricks.
Imaging, mega down imaging, and use it in conjunction with those charts. And you just idle and you just look for those little black dots, and those are the bass. You look for them grouped up, and then you just start dropping waypoints. And as you idle stuff, you really need to pay attention to like the depth and like where they're setting up on stuff, because not all fisheries will set up the same, and they won't set up the same week to week. So you need to pay attention to how those fish are used in certain places so that you can repeat that. Then you're able to look at your charts, you know, look at your graph and say, okay, this place sets up like it and this place does. And when you start to be able to repeat that, you start to build a pattern. So it takes a lot of work to break it down, but you can do it in 3 days. I mean, you're never going to find everything, but you can find enough to win a tournament in 3 days. Oh. I know those are bass. They have to be. Yeah, as long as you just want to get enough clues where you have an understanding of what you think the fish are wanting to do, right? Like how they're making that seasonal movement and that transition. And you make that move with them. If they change, you hope that you find fresh fish that are willing to stay in a place. Oh, current's everything on the Tennessee River. Doesn't matter what time of year. And really, I mean, anywhere, but for ledge fishing, it's super important. We're just starting to get some decent current. But, I mean, anytime you have current, it just positions the fish to likely areas, so you're able to
Brandon Lester out there still holding on to that lead right now. Held the lead for a long time yesterday. And as you said, Mark Zona, he had one of those places that just seemed like it was reloading overnight really, really well. And he has reaped the benefits of that. Well, how long that'll last, we don't know.
Absolutely right. Talking to a lot of locals, they said somebody that finds one of those off-the-wall spots, just kind of one of those areas that's not out on that main river ledge, a little bit shallower, could do damage in this tournament. That's exactly what has transpired so far with Brandon Lester. We have him at 16 pounds and 4 ounces. And Tommy, I'm going to call us a little bit light on that, looking at his day, because he threw back a lot of fish that were right at, seemed in heavy 2s to 3s.
Yeah.
A lot of his work were done yesterday and today on a Strike King 4.0 crankbait, a football jig. Did a little bit of damage today finesse fishing on that spot, which really showed us how many fish are there, because he really only pressed it for about 45 minutes yesterday. Looking at Brandon Lester's day right there, starting with what he called a 5-pounder, your marathon peak performance. Brandon Lester in the driver's seat here on Pickwick Lake.
And you can see when his last keeper fish came, that was number 5 at 9:09 a.m. It's been a little while, so he hasn't encountered any giants. But it can fire up at any time, that we know from watching here at Pickwick. We'll have more in a moment.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
A little over 2 hours fishing time left in this day number 2 for the anglers in flight number 1. Of course, we got 4 flights. Take it all the way out to past 4 o'clock local time at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. There is your unofficial leaderboard right there, and Brandon Lester, who assumed the lead early on this morning, still hanging on to that lead right there with a 3 pounds or so, well, a little less than 3 pounds advantage over Taku Ito. Brandon Pollinick has been solid, steady, right there in 3rd place or 4th place all day long. And all the way down through Daryl Gleason, who came from way off the pace to gain the top 10 there. So Ronnie Moore is with us with a little tutorial.
Yeah, Tommy, I wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, to just kind of break it down for some of the people. We've had questions online from people in other states that aren't familiar with the Tennessee River and what a ledge is, what we're considering a ledge. And basically, before we dive into the underwaters, it is the river channel. The river channel is what makes something a ledge, that main river channel, and then once it goes from the river channel, it dumps up onto different shelves, and those shelves are ledges. So if you're out on a lake and this is what it looks like looking at the trees, and you're out in the middle, way off the bank, all of a sudden you'll see underneath the water, it's going to drop off into a shelf. Multiple different types of shelves, depths. They don't have to be a saddle like this, but this is just a for instance. And this is going to be, you know, we consider it maybe a point or a shoal on other places, but when it's close to the river channel, we consider that a ledge. And that's where those fish and the shell will push with the current and get stuck on some of these high spots. The fish love that hard cover, and it's also a great food source. The current blows by it, and those fish will be attracted to those areas. And that's where they want to live all of their summer. Then when we go and explain it, though, how they act on these ledges when there's no current versus when there's current. And this is an example of no current. No current on a spot that has shell. We mentioned it with Brandon Pollinick yesterday, talking about fish that were up in the water column eating a swim bait. They weren't on the bottom. Joseph Webster mentioned it as well. These fish are more sporadic. They're all spread out in the water column, off the other side of the hump, over on the side, maybe a couple on top. But kind of those 3 or 4 groups of anglers can just cast wherever they want on a spot and catch them. But when that current turns on, like we talked about midday today, it will funnel those fish because the current will go around those high spots and kind of carve them out even more. The water will go to the left, to the right, maybe over the sides of them, and those fish will position a lot differently, waiting for bait to come by to ambush, and it just sets it up so all of the current in their face. It's a great feeding opportunity for those fish. So if you've never been to the Tennessee River and you don't know a ledge, it is just a river channel that jumps up to a flat area, you know, different kinds of depths, and that is where these fish want to spend the rest of the summer. Those are just a little underwaters from past Tennessee River events that we've had here.
Thank you, Ronnie
Very
Moore.
good stuff from some of the animation team. Bruce Cash, Kevin Witherspoon, I believe, probably worked
digging
on
back
that.
in the archives.
Yeah, it's all
That was an old, but
getting
very,
that timing right.
Very solid commentary on that, Ryan. That was great stuff.
And there is some
What bait
different
do you
areas,
pick up next?
like Lester, that we can get into as well.
What
They're
angle do you
much
cast it?
shallower. Not the river channel, but they have creek channels near them.
You're not gonna help. So I don't like picking up the drop shot. I'm sure some guys are catching big ones on it, but a lot of the times you get a bite. If you need a bite, it'll get you a bite.
And really one of the things watching Pollinick and everybody that's ledge fishing in a cliff note
you out of a
of
pinch.
that. Great screen of knowledge that you just had was no current, scattered, broken up, not really in a feeding mode. When that water runs, exactly what you pointed at, where that, that was kind of a hump that those fish gathered
not a
on.
longer ledge.
When that water moves, they're in a feeding position, tightly grouped. Oh, that was a great screen of knowledge. Really good.
Let's get over to Brandon Lester.
That's why it is kind of a blessing to see some of these guys catching fish on a big crankbait without current. Normally, some of those aggressive baits are dependent on that, but that's also in July, maybe when they've seen a bunch of them. But in June, you can still get away with it with no current. But it really gets good when they position more.
Might be a good one. That'll help, I think. Ow.
That'll be bigger than 2.5.
It's a 3 3.25, I'd say.
Good trade out there for Brandon Lester.
Jason Williamson just called and got into 10th place. Trying to get another top 10 tournament. 8th at Chickamauga. Doing well in Angler of the Year. He's 18th.
That's a good one. Gosh, it felt like it at first. Now I don't know. He's just peeling sideways. No? What do I got? A smallmouth? Why is he so mean? Yep. Smallmouth. That's why I felt so big. He's not gonna help. I don't even know if he can keep her.
Ronnie, while we're watching this call, what tournament was that animation from?
I can't tell. You have to guess. There's two different ones, but you have to guess.
I'm trying to make this easy.
I'm gonna say it was.
It was referred to as a saddle back then in that tournament.
Gosh, he does.
I'm gonna say it was either Douglas.
You flopped right at the wrong time.
Or I'm gonna say Douglas.
You got the right winner of that event. That was the long lining event that we had animations for.
Okay.
But the guy who won that event,
Wheeler.
Jeremy Starks,
It
that
was
at Wheeler.
Wow. How about that?
Wheeler. Wow. That was.
Huh.
You're such a joke.
Yeah, exactly. And the other two, those humps with the current, with no current, I believe that was Kentucky Lake as reference.
Yeah.
And for people, they will act that same
Yeah, that was
way.
from
It's not
Bassfest at Kentucky Lake.
It's not just maybe a rounded, a mountain under the water, but a lot of those same principles will go for a long stretch. Maybe it could be 100 yards, the same high spot, but it's a plateau tabletop. They'll do that, and they'll act on different. They'll get on the back side of it. Sometimes they'll get on the front side. So.
I imagine some would look like you go on a river float, would look like a bluff, a submerged bluff, but then there's got to be points where there's cuts in there that the fish really hang out.
And then it's just a different kind of deal with Lester, where it's a lot shallower, a lot flatter, and instead of the main river channel, it's little creek channels. The current acts differently around it, but.
Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it.
Oh. Tommy?
Somebody's making big moves.
I think we got to give it to him at this point. We've been debating on who was going to make a move in the top of the leaderboard, but from someone way down in the pack, from the 60s to the 21st spot right now. Because of that Phoenix Boats Big Bass, the Mercury move of the day has to be Tyler Rivette. And also, he did so in Bay Springs. He might be one person that we get to see later this week actually vie for maybe the top 10 from Bay Springs. That 7.5 pounder goes a long way, and it has helped him stay in the top 15 in Angler of the Year.
Good on Tyler Rivette, and he went on. He's still catching.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's still going out there. So watch out for him. His move may continue.
And a lot of room to grow.
Yeah.
7-pounder and 4 2-pounders.
Remember, he and Hank Cherry had a great event way down where we started.
Yeah.
Down here.
Closer towards takeoff.
Near the 3-state area.
And instead of fishing close, he decided to make another long run, but just go to a different lake this time.
Why not? Well, Hank Cherry has 2 nice fish, 5.11 and 3.15.
I just watched Wes catch a couple, and yeah, basically there's some current moving, but man, my starting spot up there, I thought they'd get going on it a little better. It was about this time whenever I caught them, and I thought about going back up there, but I didn't see no fish on it earlier, but I'm wondering if they don't start pulling it hard. It's supposed to be at 12 o'clock, supposed to be pouring 40,000, so we may run back up there real quick. We won't have long if we do. Would have liked to have seen a few scattered dots, but I mean, yeah, just I probably ought to be running and gunning, chucking the crankbait. I know there's a few fish biting here. We need 1 or 2 more pretty bad. And we're just gonna try to get 1 or 2 real quick.
What the heck? Where do they just go?
How about a Falcon Rods Rookie of the Year watch? Joseph Webster's got a decent bag. 15 pounds, 14 ounces today. He's 21st, climbed about 30 spots. If you go on the right, he is 29th in AOI, and Jay Shakur, who's having a better day as well, is 45th. He's 30th. He's they're going to be 29th and 30th, maybe.
The big issue for Jay, though, is he's 45th in the tournament unofficially right now. He has got to stay on the good side of 47.
Yes.
You get trapped out at 50th, you allow
You're
Fouts
getting
and
a hot
Webster.
seat.
Yeah, exactly. If he's burning on the lava, that's not good, is he?
Lava's dripping off that hot seat.
Well, Fouts is 6th right now, and he's not maximized, but he's at 35th. And
yeah, because he started
AOI.
so well yesterday, he's kind of,
Got 3
Not much
hours
headroom.
to put something together, which is plenty of time.
Yeah, they're like right in here. I thought I seen something right over there just a second ago.
Not yet. Keep bouncing around a few places here. Oh. Come here. About jumped right over the other side of the boat. Not very big, but he might help.
He's just not caught anything over 2.5 pounds today.
Gosh, they're just being stingy today, aren't they? Not very big. We still got a 2-pounder. We don't even have a 3-pounder yet. Crazy. I don't know, you're way smaller than I thought.
Pollinick may not know it, but he is still hanging in there in third place and knows he has a lot of room to grow. Won't take long to fix that if conditions turn in his favor. True for all these guys we see in our top 10 right here. Brandon Lester still hanging in up there. Pollinick, Taku Ito in between the two of them. Brian Schmidt, fun catch one not too long ago that improved his spot, got him up to 4 fish anyway. So he's looking to upgrade some more. Tournament leader we were just with, Matt Robertson. He's got plenty of room to grow. He's still stuck on 2 fish, so plenty yet to come when we return to Pickwick. It's an hour and change away from, 2 hours and change away from the start of the weigh-in. Coming to you from Counce, Tennessee, Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. This is day number 2, and if you're just picking up with us, we got 91 guys out there trying to make it fit into 47 positions to get to fish again on Saturday, and a chance at Championship Sunday being in the top 10 after Saturday's weigh-in. So right now, we look at Brandon Lester right on number 3 in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Taku Ito in second place, and number 1 in Bassmaster Progressive Angler of the Year points, Brandon Pollinick.
Oh, look at that big. A little chunkier. Hey. Yeah, he might help a little. Golly. Hey. It's too late. I already got you. Yeah, he'll help for sure. He's bigger than a 2-pounder. I finally just slowed down and picked up a worm and got biting 2 casts, back-to-back casts. So he was not quite a 2.5 pounder. Oh, come here. He's a little bigger. No, that can't be the right one.
Probably about a 2.6 if it's not quite a 2.5 pounder.
Yeah, not making big upgrades, but with as painfully slow as this afternoon has been, surprisingly slow.
Yes.
Those little couple ounce upgrades, pretty big for Brandon Pollinick.
Let's go over to Matt Robertson. Last time we checked with Matt, still stuck on a couple of fish. He was our day 1 leader and now in 18th place.
God, please. Feels like a good one. We need this one. So bad. So bad. And he might keep. Come on. Calm down. Worst fish landing ever. That got us to tomorrow. Gosh, what a grind. That got us to tomorrow, I think. Needed that one bad. I know I ought to be cranking. I know I ought to be cranking for big ones, trying to win, but Let me catch one more. I won't give a crap. Man, Wes was sitting here not getting bit. I jerked the spoon up and down a half dozen times, or more, however many it was. And he caught two. I think it got him going.
Yeah, good third fish there for Matt Robertson, and much needed, of course, as he was quick to point out. Let's turn it over to Davey Hite. And there's Davey right there. Davey, Ronnie Moore just made the comment and said, I don't know when I've seen more 2 and 2.5 pound fish in a 3-hour period here on Pickwick Lake. Now, a lot of these guys who have a limit of 2 and 2.5 pound fish are thinking, man, the world's leaving me behind. It's not necessarily true, but they're thinking, I got to find some big ones. So what do you do at this point to go hunting for a big one? Just stay where you are and wait it out, or what?
Well, that's the big dilemma, Tommy. I mean, I spent, Ashley and I were out there for most of the morning, was able to ride around a lot and see a lot of different fishermen, and some fishing beside other anglers, like you've seen Brandon Pollinick all day long, and then you have some anglers by themselves. But the problem is when you stay on a place for a while, you leave it, or when you got there, someone just left it, or two boats just left it. So it's just really incredible to me how many anglers are, if they're not fishing right beside another boat, then they're just fishing right behind another boat, or right ahead of the next boat. And I think a lot of the reason for that is, number one, how great the mapping and our electronics are. But I didn't see anyone fishing the bank. And every time we've been here before, there's a lot of people fishing the bank. Even the last few times we've been in Guntersville, when you thought it was going to be offshore, there were a number of fishermen on the bank. The great thing about Pickwick is there are a lot of good offshore ledges, but we have the whole field fishing those. And this afternoon's going to be interesting. I think we'll see some big moves, but then tomorrow, it being a beautiful Saturday, the first week in June, is going to be very interesting with the extra pressure out there.
Davey, it really doesn't relate to your victory when you won below the Wilson Dam, but for some of our folks, because he's got a lot of questions so far on currents and the ledges here, and for the folks that have never been on the Tennessee River, when that current's not moving, I need you to kind of talk about how those fish are so incredibly smart, how so incredibly conditioned they are to biting, to where when that water gets correct, it's almost like they're the dumbest bass in the country, and how that changes literally in a matter of 5 minutes.
Yeah, Z, it's amazing, and I know you've experienced it here on the Tennessee River. I have too. How you can think, man, they're just not biting. This is not good. We're not in the right area. And then all of a sudden you see the current start moving. And so many times, even before you can physically see the current moving, you start seeing bait fish on your graph, or you see them flicking on top of the water, and you know something's going on. And then you see the fish change. And what happens is they set up, they get in these places, they get an ambush point. So when that current really gets moving, they get in an ambush point. They get in a position just out of the current where they can feed, whether we're talking about behind the Wilson Dam, where the current is, just incredible, or out on the main river where the current's moving, a lot slower. But those fish set up in those ambush points, and that is the time to catch them. The problem is you want to be in the best place you can when that happens, but you don't always know exactly when that's going to happen.
Davey, looking at what Brandon Lester has done both mornings of this tournament, and he has been left alone and throttled them both. In fact, he caught more fish this morning than he did yesterday morning. If for some reason he does not get on that spot, what do you do if you have commanded this event off of one key spot? What do you do if you're Brandon Lester?
You pray. That's really the first thing you do, and then you just go fishing. But you know that on the Tennessee River that could happen. The key to him leading this event is he's like the only one that has a really good place off the beaten path all to itself.
Well, Davey, that's some great advice. Sometimes it comes down to that. It gets down to prayer. We'll see how close Brandon Lester is to that point right now. Sticking with it as far as we know. And
bass. Good one, too.
Well, don't do it. Tommy, I think he just answered that question. You find us another spot.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I told you there'd be a bass in there, didn't it?
Yes, sir, he did.
Gosh, that's going to be a big help for him right now.
Fat one. Let's see what that one weighs.
Well, maybe a little flurry starting for Brandon Lester right there. That's going to be a pretty solid upgrade for him. And comparing these two right now that have kind of commanded the leaderboard throughout days 1 and 2, looking at what they did early this morning, you really could not fish any differently than your two leaders. And we made the comment after day 1, it was going to be interesting to see the contrasting styles of your leaders, and we got to definitely see that early today with both of these danglers. Gonna Brandon Lester and Taku Ito kind of fishing near each other, but not really, if that makes any sense. Kind of focusing on much different stuff on this body of water. Pickwick looking at their fish today. Most of what we saw Brandon Lester catch in the first, call it 30 minutes, was with a bait cast rod, big oversized shallower crankbait, little bit of a football jig mixed in there. And then what you look at Taku Ito did, all with a spinning rod, focused way more on the main river channel with Taku Ito. Brandon Lester off of the main river. Mercury Dare to Compare, fishing near each other, but totally different in this event. Mercury Dare to Compare.
Yes. More than one way to get the job done.
That last fish for Lester, 3.5 pounder, getting the biggest bag on the day, 18 pounds, 2 ounces.
Well on his way to 20.
Well on his way? Or, well,
maybe close.
Well,
So that,
Well, that's right. I mean, I guess.
I guess he is.
I didn't put a comma in my verbal statement. I'm like, you're well on his way to 20. I'm just encouraged because I said 11 yesterday and it was only 6. And so I think there'll be 1, and he's the closest right now.
All right. I hope you're underestimating.
Rivette obviously has a really good shot to replace a few 2-pounders.
Yeah, Bay Springs got a big fish from down there. Skylar Hamilton had a 5 recently.
They
had his first fish, though.
Yeah.
And he was sick yesterday.
See what they do with it.
Well, going back to what we were talking with Davey about, if somebody, you know, Brandon Lester wasn't to get on that primary spot, he is one of the best at fishing this style this time of year. And from talking to him yesterday, and it goes without saying, he knows exactly where to get it done on these ledges from where he's sitting all the way down to the Pickwick State Park.
Yeah, Z, it's kind of like he's purposely avoiding all of the hot traffic areas
I just wouldn't bite. I don't know. It looks like they'd bite it.
And there's going to be a lot more room to move,
same thing,
at
like
least
20
for
of them
the
swarming it.
Yeah, half the field and then
you know,
Thanks, Wes.
half the field.
Robertson
Feels
just put his
big,
3rd
buddy.
in the boat. Now looking at the 4th.
Thanks, bud. Don't tell nobody that stuff. Well, they just saw it on camera, but don't tell nobody. He hit it before I hit bottom.
What stuff was that? Are we
missed. We were not paying attention.
We were daring to compare.
Yeah. Thanks, bud.
Number 4, he's back in the top 10.
4. I might try to catch one more and then leave, since they're going.
Wes Logan fishing over his shoulder.
I got a couple 3s. Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to catch one more just to the hell of this worm.
Purcell Dane called 14-10. He's up to 8th place. Started 17th today.
Hey, Wes, I ask you to do me a favor one more time?
2 fish, no giants right there, but taking Matt Robertson from way out, worrying about he's going to make the cut, all the way back into the top 10. That's what a good day will do for you. Getting some residual benefits from a great day number 1, and Matt Robertson right back in the thick of it right now. We got a lot more moves, no doubt, yet to come in the final hours of day 2 at Pickwick.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by TH Marine.
Had a great tournament on the Tennessee River earlier this season up on Chickamauga. Now we're going back for a little bit more of the Tennessee River here at this Pickwick event, this Whataburger Pickwick Bassmaster Elite, going out of a different place in Tennessee, Counts, Tennessee, and we've got a full field out there going. Brian Schmidt. I tell you what, we had a fun, fast start to the day for most of our anglers. It's kind of turned into a grind, and that's certainly been the case for Brian Schmidt. He started out with a 5-pounder and still has not filled out his limit.
John Cox has filled his out, the 5-pounder.
Big, dude. Oh, God. Oh, my goodness. The hook fell off, and I got him, dude. Whoo! The hook fell right out. Mwah!
Wow.
That was awesome.
Oh! Wow. Wow, dude. He was barely hooked. And when I tried to hit him, you know, to get my hand, I hit him. He stopped moving. The hook popped out. I grabbed him. Thank you. Wow. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Shoo. That was big time.
Watch this.
They're here, buddy, but they're so smart. That was a blessing. That was such a blessing right there.
That trouble can only
He wasn't
rotate
even
so
hooked in
many
the,
times.
like he was hooked right on the outside of his mouth.
Wow, did he play tight end? Something at some point. That's a good pair of hands right there.
Hand got caught in the cookie jar right there, Tommy.
Oh. That's a 4.5-pounder. I would say he's fat. That's what's sitting down there, dude. I know I keep saying that, but we're not leaving. I gotta get us set up to where we're not on top of them. One did die.
Okay, so what is that, 4.5 piece?
Yeah. That was big time, buddy. When he hit, I was like, ooh, goodness. First crankbait bite I've had. Woo! I know they're there, like I know it. They're big, dude, but they're smart.
Right before that, John Cox caught a 5-pounder, get up to 18.4, big bag of the day. Third place, Schmidt knocked him back to fourth with that. He's jumped into second.
Whoo, broke off both of my drop shots. Thank you, dude. I mean, that was almost about to be heartbreaking. Like,
Gotta give it to him.
Yeah. In a day where a 3-pounder has meant so much to the entire field, not just the anglers that we have had on camera, to hook your number 5 and to be a 4.5-pounder and come off right here as you lay your sugar paw on it.
Wow. Sugar paw.
Oh, that's right. Brian Schmidt, this is an easy one. One of the bigger ones that we have seen today. Power pole replay of the day. That is a very, very important bass. Not just for, but it keeps them in the mix, still in the hunt to win this tournament. Brian Schmidt, power pole replay of the day.
Sugar lips.
Well, I made a couple of good moves here in the last hour or so. I pulled up on a big school of white bass right here and caught a 3 3/4 pounder out of it. So caught one more keeper and one more small bass. I know they're down there. I just keep cycling through baits and trying to find something that they'll bite. If I throw that crankbait, I got to go through, for every 20 white bass I catch, I might get one largemouth. So I'm trying to throw like a drop shot and a Nico, stuff like that. Sometimes you can single those bass out when you do that.
Suck it, Brandon. It's a little one. Well, I don't care, buddy. Have the 10-year-olds find them for me. I'm gonna start having kids.
Oh boy.
Oh, heck no. Oh, no. Well, this is my hole, son. I found this the other day. God, let me catch 20 pounds here. I'll have to find out who they are. Get them a year-round pass to Chuck E. Cheese or something. All right. Brandon gonna come over and hole poach me here in a minute. Guarantee it. I would too, though. I actually think they're right there. Oh God, there's a pile of them there. It looked like for a second. Oh my God, they're swarming my bait. I think they're stripers, but.
I swore I marked some over here. Coming in. Oh, this must have snatched him up another one. There's something over there. I just can't quite tell what they are. It might be too big to be bass. Must not have the right angle. I'm gonna fish exactly like I've fished my entire life, and that's just try to catch as much weight as humanly possible every day. You know, it just depends on what I get on during practice, but I'm always evaluating the decision making and making the next decision based on what I think is gonna give me the most weight possible. You know, and sometimes that's staying in one place and catching them out of a school, and sometimes that's leaving and gambling and going and doing something different. You just got to be able to make those decisions, you know, and you can try to say it's luck or whatever, but they're all calculated risks or, you know, educated decisions based on what you've seen. And a lot of it comes just from past experiences. And that's all fishing is. We each have, you know, say 8 hours each day out here, and it's whose light bulb goes off the quickest, figures it out, and is able to make a run at it. The only constant in fishing is change. And if that's the case, then we have to be able to change and adapt with them. Looks like bass right there. Yeah. Any more brain busters? For now. I'm gonna talk smack to Matt now. If he was closer, I'd start talking about our upcoming wrestling match. Ask him how Vandy Hammer fared last night when we got in a wrestling match. 4 minutes of pure fury pain on him. Yeah, show him the video. I wish I had some snippets on my phone. I'd play them for everybody. Don't worry, Tiff, we didn't break anything.
One more look at this landing by Brian Schmidt. Started his day with a 5-pounder, moved from 6 on up into the top 3, fell all the way out of the top 10, and then ground and grinded for 3 or 4 hours, and man, oh man.
Wow, and that was fish number 5.
Good stuff, good stuff. Are things heating up? Is it starting to get a little hotter here? We'll find out when we come back.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. Wanted to bring you into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, for a quick update about Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Before we start to make a cut, today is cut day, so half the field will go home after today's competition. Half the field will stay and compete tomorrow before we cut it to the top 10 on Sunday. And for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, let's just say it's your first year playing. Maybe you don't know exactly why the percentages beside anglers' names are the way they are. A lot of those are based on local favorites or guys who have momentum, maybe a guy that fits his style for that lake, and they end up becoming the chalk team. You know, the team that has, if you pick the highest percentage guy in each bucket, because maybe you didn't know anything about Pickwick and you're trusting the consensus from all the fans and all the players, this would be your lineup. Brandon Pollinick, Buddy Gross, Scott Martin, Brock Mosley, and Kyle Welcher. And honestly, I would take that team anywhere we go in the country because those are 5 really well-rounded and great anglers. But we know fishing isn't as straightforward as what is seen on paper. Brandon Pollinick performing well this week. As I made this graphic, he was in 3rd place. Obviously, that shifts on Bass Track, so he will be well within the cut. The only worry with him is that he could go home at any point. So he may make the cut, but not even fish tomorrow, depending on the status of Tiffany, his wife, and their future child in the next few days that'll be born. Buddy Gross, local, or not a local favorite, but a favorite to win here. He's won here multiple times. 24th place right now unofficially, so he's going to probably make the cut, and so will Scott Martin in 18th. But the 2 guys who were a little bit of a shock, Brock Mosley got 2nd here last year. He's a Mississippi native, but he spent a lot of time on Pickwick. He's one who made the risk and went to Bay Springs Lake yesterday and got a couple fish there, but really has not worked out well for him. Not sure if his Bass Track's going to come in with more fish than what it's showing right now, but 85th, and that was about 30% of the people in Bucket D picked Brock Mosley. Meanwhile, Kyle Welcher's also one to watch. 46th place right now. Roughly, he's been just inside the cut line at 47 and just below it throughout the day. If he gets stuck on the wrong side of the cut line, that is 2 anglers for about 30% or so of the share of each bucket that could miss the cut. So most of the chalk guys have done pretty well. If you picked a guy like Brian Schmidt or Justin Atkins in Bucket E, you're doing very well for your Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing team. So those are the chalk teams, those are the chalk people, and we'll see if Brandon fishes day 3 and day 4 maybe, or we'll see who makes the cut.
All right, if you pick that chalk team, what percentile would you be in right now? Got any idea?
I'll have to look at that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll have to find that one out. But
all right.
All right. I'll take just a little calculator move real quick.
Sure, you're the ace at that, right?
I'm 85th.
Yeah.
Cody
I
Huff.
know we talk about how tough it's been on Brian Schmidt today. It has been equally as painful for Taku. Both anglers have caught 5 keepers.
And they both kind of gone through 2 flurries to make it seem like it's fast action,
Right.
but it's just enough to get their first fish and get their final fish.
Yeah, Cody Huff with a 4.5 pounder and a 4 pounder is up to 17.9. He just knocked Ito down. He's in 3rd place. Cody Huff.
Who picked him this week, Serge?
No Bass.
That's right.
You got him on both?
That's right, I did.
I got him on Drain the Lake.
Taku had the one of the most blazing smallmouth days of all time last year on the St. Lawrence River on the final day, and caught a couple to get his day started here today. And as he was, well, we'll show you one of those smallmouth right now. And then he went on to tell us kind of what they eat, what they like to eat.
Oh, big smallmouth. Oh, big smallmouth. Oh, big smallmouth. Yes!
Woohoo! No Northern tournament, but Alabama tournament, but I caught a smallmouth because smallmouth love Taku. Hey, got it. I love you. I love you. Nice. Nah, 、
Nice.
ヒュー smallmouth juice dip in a bait easy to bite because smallmouth love Japanese scent. Very easy. If I found a smallmouth school, I can get easy. Because Taku's liquid, Taku's Japanese liquid is like a sushi.
His bait's like sushi.
The liquid is like
That's right.
sushi.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. Makes perfect sense.
But you're too small. Oh, breathing, sorry. Bye-bye.
Tommy, if you had the chalk team, right now, because our Bass Track does it live, updates, it's about 1,021 points.
Good.
For instance, my team is about 1,200 and change. So it would be just below board. I was at 98 percentile in this event after day one. So 1,200 and change is 98 percentile. I would say 1,021 is probably in the 75 percentile.
Low 80s,
or so,
maybe,
something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
I heard that laugh, Z. I just had to throw that in there.
What's that?
I had to throw that in there a little bit, you know? I mean, the king is back.
So you only want to go full chalk team if you're trying to protect a big lead.
Well, and that's the thing, I mean, if you are in the 90s, upper 90s maybe, you can go more chalk because, especially with like Lee Livesey last event, obviously he won, but with 70% of the player base choosing him, if you pick him, at least you're going to be with a lot of the field if they struggled. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't lose to those people.
Every time I reel one in, there's like 20 that come in with it. Crazy. Too bad we ain't having
Matt
a fish
Robertson.
fry, huh?
Still looking for number 5.
Yeah.
Sort of stunned how tough it's been today.
It's been a real grinder. Been watching Matt Lester in the box down there for a while. He wasn't kidding about the white bass ratio with the crankbait on there. You got to go through a mess of them.
We do only have 2 anglers today without a marshal, Jake Whitaker and Jonathan Kelly. So any of those who aren't registering a ping, I'm not gonna, there's no place that's out of service here. You should be able to send in, so either they just, something's happened to their phone, maybe they actually have 0 like Keith Combs' marshal when I confirmed that. But folks who are pelting me with questions about Brock Mosley, I have not quite confirmed yet, but he does have a marshal.
No good. I need
Jonathan
one
Kelly's
more
having a
big
good
one.
day.
1, 3.
15-11. Inside the cut.
I
29.
need 3 more, but so fish don't get a bite. Yesterday I caught too much.
Cody Huff just called again with a 410, biggest bag of the day.
Oh, wow.
19 threes in second place.
Actually,
2 pounds back of Lester on Bass Track.
He's going to be 20 pounds, just so you know.
There's your one at least.
No, I think they'll actually have 2.
3.
I need so 17 is good, I think, today. But now maybe 11. I think 11 pounds. No good.
Shea Baker call Tiffany Pollinick whose due date was Monday, and Brandon said he's going to leave, and she says if it was up to me, he would be fishing. He'd be fishing the tournament, no questions asked. It's up to him, and he wants to be there.
Fish, but so need a schooling fish. Schooling fish, easy bite.
Yesterday, Brandon extended his lead big time over John Cox. And then today, John's gained it all back and is now actually ahead of Brandon by 1 spot. So if Brandon did have to leave, it would be a lot more of a development than it would have been maybe before the last hour yesterday, because Cox caught 2 key fish in the last hour, and then he's having a good day today. And speaking of somebody who had to leave and not fish a day they qualified for, Jay Yellis last week, day 3 at Lake Fork, had bad tendinitis, decided not to fish day 3 and fell down a little bit. Ended up, while we're at 91 anglers and not 92 like we were last week, he took a medical hardship to get the proper treatments to be able to continue his career, not just the short term of fishing this week, but to try to continue his career. So we'll see how Jay's doing and how he feels this offseason, if he continues on or what the deal is there.
But the medical leave extends through the end of the season, right? Is that,
yes, yeah.
Okay.
And if he did come back and fish any events, it would be, I think it's for checks. He would not be able to fish for points.
Okay. From the very hardest place. Well, let me know when you feel it so that we can have Brian turn the camera to you and get a good hook set.
Wow, Cody Huff, another bass, a 4-pounder. He's 20 pounds, 3 ounces on Bass Track. All 4s plus a 3-1.
And I will stand corrected, Tommy. I just got informed by one of the family members of a Bassmaster Elite Series pro said that Brock did leave with no Marshall today, so that was a big question.
Oh, okay, so there's 3.
It must have, his Marshall must have either been sick or not been able to go today, so 3.
Well, they were tested today, each and every one of them. 91 anglers out there trying so hard, striving with everything they've got to make it to the day number 3, to be among the 47. And here we go. I mean, we got the weigh-in coming up here at 3:10 local time, 4:10 Eastern. So you definitely want to tune in and see who makes that cut.
And you kind of talked about it all day long that it only takes 5 casts when they start to bite. Cody Huff absolutely on a tear, really in the last probably 5 minutes. Look for some big changes, Tommy Sanders. If you really watched Bass Track yesterday, now until weigh-in time, a lot of movement on that leaderboard. You're going to see that again here on day number 2, typical Pickwick Lake, Tennessee River.
That's the way we'll wrap it up today. And of course, don't forget, Bassmaster.com right here, 3:10 Central Time, 4:10 Eastern Time, to see how it turns out. And it can be a lot of action between then and now. So we could see a great many surprises come weigh-in time. We will see you come 8 a.m. tomorrow on FS1, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We look forward to that.
I got him, dude. Whoa! The hook fell right out.